Yes! Okay. Woo! Yeah, I've always had problems with like outside shit because I'm Canadian and American banks can't work in Canada, and there's like some off fucking bullshit between certain credit unions and like online payments and like dealing with American companies and shit like that. So I feel ya. I feel ya, bro. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And it was like, where's your optimization? I'm like, fuck off, man. Seriously? I just want to play the game. You should have like 4 or 5 places to jump. Mounts seem a little weak. And you don't have earplugs anymore. Like, not having earplugs is brutal. Ooh, nice. Can I get another one? Yes! Oh, happy. If only you knew. That one's new! That one's new! That's great! Here we go. But, as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I am gonna say, I don't know if this is just because I don't have, like, skills or anything, but the weapons just feel like... This feels like PoE 2 to PoE 1, where, like, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World are, like, super fast-paced, like, super fast attacks, like, get out of the way, and this feels more deterministic. Aw, they fixed the stamina exploit! In Worlds, if you're moving while you're holding down guard, you actually get your stamina back. So you can infinitely guard as long as you're moving forward. I can fight a Rathian because I know Rathian like the back of my fucking hand. So the difference between a monster that I know how to fight and a monster that I don't know how to fight. What it'll do. Hey, Turf War! Here we go. Wait, I could do sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak, sneak, sneak. No, I can't do it. Damn it. I gotta get used to being able to use sneak attack. Looks angry. You know who's angry? I'm fucking angry. No, I'm actually having a fucking blast. You get it? Blast? Oh, you tried so hard. I'm sorry, Happy, but that was too funny. You fucking whiffed it. As always, thank you so much for watching, everyone. We had a blast today. We finally got, I guess this is the end of the beginning, or the beginning of the end, but either way. As always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ooh. We're like 1 frame away from getting it off, but we can't frickin' get the goddamn ability off. Hell yeah, I know how to fucking kick him right in the balls. Right in the dick! Okay, now we know how to charge it. Alright. Oh man, we didn't get the mount. That sucks. What the fuck? It's got like a... This is like a fucking Elden Ring boss. This is insane. Ooh, the damage is real. Damn, I shouldn't have done that because I wasn't powered up. But he's dead either way. Fuck it. GG. At least I fought it with the switch axe in the beta, so I'm kind of used to fighting it with the switch axe. Take that as a W. Yo, bro, I'm winning. Welcome, welcome, Thallium boy. We just fucking rocked. Wait, did you just did you just do what I think you did, Thallium boy? Wait, did you jump onto Twitch to ban that guy who just hooded the bot? You fucking tried! You fucking tried! Oh my god! 1% to 148. Yeah, fucking the turnaround. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Happy, were you flirting with that cat? New game plus thing, or like high rank thing, but Slay 10 high rank Balakchi! They are high rank. It's a mystery how they got it. Oh well, I know that they're high rank, which means maybe I need to actually be killing low rank. Yes! Okay, well we got it. See, I was just in high rank and I should have been in low rank. Was this one right? Yo, 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 yo! How's it going, boys? We back at it! Oh my god, I'm on time! Sean, welcome, welcome. Yeah, what have you been doing the last, like, 3 days, bro? So we have some really fucking bullshit sad news today, guys. I'm fucking retarded. I broke both my pinky and my thumb on this hand. Being really into certain books and losing myself in a game. Well, there you go, Sean. You should be losing yourself in your own entertainment, not in my entertainment. So I'm glad you were able to do that. So I have this left. So what we're going to do, is we're going to do an experiment. The first one I hit on a till. I'm fucking retarded. And then the second one, I broke on the counter. It just couldn't take the weight. I went like that, and I flicked the counter, and it snapped right off, and I was like, fuck! Well, I guess they're gone. 3 days before the fucking makeup stream, and I break all of my nails. So we're gonna try and, like, turn this into the most deadly nail possible. And I'm gonna see what I can slice with it. You said broke your pinky and thumb, but did you only mean your nails? Yeah, that was kind of the bait. The bait, Sean. That was kind of the bait. This is hard to do with being right-handed. Can you even see this on here? No, that's not even marking my nail. I need something that's like... Maybe this will work? More of a charcoal? That should work. This is fucking hard to do because I'm left-handed. Yeah, this is retarded. I need like a straight edge to do this with. Ooh. This might work. But it's like, I can't hold it in... This is the problem. I can't hold it in place and use it at the same time. Unless I'm super smart about it. That's just not gonna work. Okay, we made it something like that. So we're gonna try and sharpen it to like the fucking point. Now imagine some cute girl who's got pretty really pretty nails, but likes to fish. She runs out of bait, so she cuts her nails and uses them as lures. Damn, Sean, that's intelligent. I almost unfollowed. Damn, Blessed, I almost lost you. That would suck, bro. Only noobs unfollow. So what do you guys think? Do you think I'll actually be able to cut something with this? Almost operative word. Almost operative word. This is insane. I've never done this quite like this before. Just going fucking hard and destroying this thing. Yes, the cheese. Okay, we did one side. What up, dogs? Hey, how are you doing? Good, good. I mean, well, could be better. We broke all of our nails, so I'm turning my last bastion into a deadly weapon, and we're gonna see what the fuck we can cut with it. Get this down to a fucking fine edge here. Cut gelatin. I'm pretty sure I can fucking cut skin with this, guys. I've done it before. I mean, I've stabbed straight through, like, one of my shirts trying to put it on, like, pulling it down, just, like, pulling it in the back and then just, like, stabbing straight through it. Slash wrists! Damn, that is sharp, though. Like, you could easily puncture skin with that. I'm like, is there something that I could actually, like, cut with this? With this, like, packaging? Holy shit! It destroyed it. Look at that. Here, let's make it big. Let's make this easier. Let me make it big. Look at that shit. It's sliced right through it. Like, no fucking problem. Just like... straight through it. Like fucking butter. Should work for NASA? Alright guys, are you ready? Are you ready for this shit? And... that's a month. Look at that thing. It's a little, it's our little, if you know your stuff, this could be the, TRB3. You know? Alright, guys. Enough bullshitting around, alright. We had some fun there. Alright, so I lost all my nails now. We're still gonna paint them, but I mean, it just kind of sucks. I wonder if I could use it like a fucking knife. Yeah, like a guitar pick or something like that. That would be the most metal thing. You have your fingernails like glued to the end of your hands, and you use them like guitar picks with like finger strumming. Oh my god. Crazy, crazy shit, guys. Your nails are some phenomenal fucking biology, guys. Could you imagine not having nails and having like the tops of your fingers like just the same as your bottom? I don't know, that'd be fucked up, man. Now I'm gonna have such a hard time grabbing stuff because I'm so used to using the fucking my nails to grab onto stuff. But I can type on my phone now without having to use the top down sides of my fucking thumbs. Looking like a goddamn retard, being like, because I can't like press right on because the nail's there. One of the most annoying things about having nails is using the fucking phone with them. All right. So what are we going to start with today, guys? Callie, are you here? We had some stuff dropped in the Discord, I believe. But I don't know if Callie's here. Where was it? Okay, so he wrote, a newbie with no combat skills gets through an SSS rank dungeon with Apex of Humanity is hunting and pecking on a screen. Peak fucking humanity, guys. There's also something else that was posted in the general chat. Oh shit, we got another boy up in here. Someone just joined the channel. I swear there was something else on here. Maybe it was in suggestions for media? No. Must have just been the public source. I swear I saw something else too. But whatever. Since Callie's not here, we might as well just get right into it, guys. So, without further ado, ancient writing secrets still used by bestseller authors today. Check out Altus Rocks. Altus Rocks? What is this? Oh, is this the AI generated songs? Okay. I'm not sure if it's gonna get louder. So just let me know if it gets too loud. I just want to kind of get a feeling for the sound. This seems about right. Maybe a little bit too loud. Maybe like that. Well, I can tell this one's already better because it has the instrument separated, whereas the other one doesn't. I need this for notes. Alright, guys. What do you think we're going to learn about today? Gonna learn today! Okay, there we go. That will do. Let us begin. Oh shit, I'm gonna turn this up.
storytelling really doesn't change. The principles that I outline in this video, they're gonna work 50 years from now, they're gonna work 500 years from now. So in this video, we're gonna learn some writing techniques from ancient storytellers because they are tried and true. Let's just get right into it because, you know, that's my style. And let's start with number 1. Don't forget
Okay, don't forget Hamarita. Hamarsha? Don't forget Hamarsha. He got a haircut. Yeah, well, most of the videos are spread. Like this video, this is the newest video he just did, and it was 7 days ago. Most of the videos are between 3 to 9 months ago. So yeah, this is recent Book Fox.
hamartia. So hamartia was a term popularized by Aristotle, and it just means a fatal flaw in one of your characters. See, even 2,800 years ago, they still knew that you didn't want to marry Sue character. And for an example of a fatal flaw, let's look at a guy called Aeschylus, who wrote a play called The Persians about the Battle of Salamis. Now, if you watch the movie 300, Rise of an Empire, you are familiar with the Hollywoodized version of this battle. So the question is, what was Xerxes' hamartia? What was his fatal flaw? Now, we can debate about several of them, but I think it was his overconfidence.
Yeah.
He had the hubris to think that he could defeat the Greeks, and that led to his downfall and the loss of his entire navy. Now, what are some advanced ways that you can use hamartia in your own books? I'll suggest 2. One is the false hamartia. This is where you present an obvious flaw that sort of masks the deeper secret flaw. For instance, in Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, we think that Gatsby's flaw is his criminality. He is trading in stolen securities, and he is bootlegging illegal liquor. But his deeper, true flaw is his inability to accept that the past cannot be recreated with Daisy. Another thing that you can try in your book is inverted hamartia. This is when a character attempts to avoid their perceived flaw, and that actually becomes the main flaw. In The Remains of the Day by Kazuo Ishiguro, Stevens the butler has this crazy fear that he's gonna be unprofessional. And so in order to avoid that, he suppresses all of his personal feelings. But ironically enough, that leads to his greatest flaw, which is his inability to express love for Miss Kenton. And for more help on your writing, I would suggest that you join Book Fox Academy, where I have more than
I'm just thinking about this like from Husai's perspective, right? This fatal flaw for Husai is believing that he is not special. And an inverted flaw for him would be truth is an antidote to suffering. Yeah. But what's Husai's actual fatal flaw? I would say it's a commander who can't issue immediate... Okay, no, actually, I know a good one. He can't recover a plan. When a plan goes bad, Husai basically falls apart. But his plans basically never go bad. But when they start going bad, everything falls apart. Because the first time the plan goes bad is at Garuda. In the Battle of Garuda. And that kind of sets him in this... like, sets him up for the next part of the arc, which is him basically falling from grace because of Zayd. Ooh, I'm retarded, though. Hold on a sec. Give you guys something to look at. So he can't recover from a plan that's failed. The time it takes for him to reorient causes the loss of the battle as the commander. And the inverted flaw is he plans so much so nothing can go wrong. But this makes it so when things do go wrong, they go wrong.
30 videos on all sorts of fictional topics to help you with your story. And it's kind of better than YouTube for 3 reasons. 1, I can provide support materials like
True.
PDFs and whatnot.
I
can also
definitely
provide
agree with
quizzes
that.
to help you absorb what you're
Yep.
learning. And
True.
3, I have the space to really go deep on a topic.
True, but it
for,
costs
say,
money!
25
Fuck!
or 30 videos. Anyway, check the link in the description below.
When we run out of these, we
More
might
about that.
try
Now,
it,
this
guys.
next piece of writing advice, which has really stood the test
But-
of time, is...
But the thing is, like, would it be a dick move to, like, take the course and then do the course and then post the course as a video? I think that would be an absolute dick fucking move. And I wouldn't want to do that. Because that's basically taking his paid content and making it free. Yeah, like if I took his paid course and then made, like, YouTube videos about it so people could watch them for free, I think that would be just straight up a dick move. Massive dick move.
Number 2, every character needs metamorphosis. What is one of the foundational principles?
Now, taking his course and giving a review of the course as to whether it's worth it for the money or not, that's a completely different story. Or, like, showcasing during that review parts, like, and ideas from the course of how it works to give you an idea of it, right? Copyright infringement reproduction? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, that could straight up get you in trouble with YouTube. Not even, like, you know, him just being like, man, that guy's a dick, but it's, like, straight up copyright strike that shit, right? So, totally don't want to do that shit. But I would be interested in taking the courses and giving a review. But I already assume they're going to be amazing, because the videos are great. And if you think the videos are the gateway to the course has to be, like, 5 times better than the videos. And I trust him for that to be the fact, because his videos are very, very well structured, very well put together, and we have learned so much from them. So, you know, it just depends on how much it is, right? Because it could be the equivalent of college courses, right? Because he's a professor. So these literally could also be, like, if you're going to take, like, some sort of writing course, like, you would literally cover all of this in a paid course. So it'd probably be worth it better to take his course than do an actual course. And you might even get a certification at the end, because he is a professor. So it'd probably have some grounding in, like, a scholastic structure, right? I could definitely see that being a thing, which gives more emphasis for you to want to do it, because it actually gives you some kind of credential at the end, right?
Of writing. It's that characters should change. And one of the earliest examples of where change is absolutely essential to the story is Ovid's Metamorphoses, where you see stuff like Daphne becoming a laurel tree to avoid Apollo, or Callisto becoming a bear after being seduced by Zeus. You might be wondering right now,
Social
like,
proof.
okay,
Yeah, exactly.
but how does this apply to me? So here are 2 ways that you can use it in your book. The first one is have metamorphosis be a literal plot point. I mean, think of Bram Stoker's Dracula, where people change into vampires. Or Kafka's Metamorphosis, where a guy wakes up and suddenly he's a giant beetle. Or think of the curious case of Benjamin Button, where an old man metamorphosizes into a child. Now, some of you are like, well, okay, John, but I'm not really writing in, like, a surreal or fantastical genre. Okay, that's fine. I think this applies to...
Okay, this character should change literal plot point is very, very interesting when placed in my story. Because to the outside world, it's literal to Husai being an octopi. And to Husai himself, it is literally he doesn't look like an octopi, he looks like some sort of other species. So this conflict of, like, views, his self-view versus the external view, is... It will change over the book as, like, things are discovered, right? It's not that characters will no longer see Husai as an octopi, but they were coming to understand that he is more than what he appears. And his size is not just an indicator of that. That his size is, like, the defining proof of that to them, essentially. And just like the way that he moves and everything is just so uncanny to them. But it's because it's their eyes trying to match some sort of like a mental block illusion that refuses to let them see him as a human. So I wonder how that would work as like a blocking point of literal change, where the characters mentally no longer see him as an octopi. And maybe we can even get to the point with the reveal of Gaia, where when the mental block falls, maybe that'll be a huge part. Alright, sounds good, Hybrid. Maybe that could be a huge part between Husai and Hildebrandt. To the, like, it's not just the metamorphosis of her envisioned, thought of what Husai is, this arrogant, asshole-ish old man trying to relive his life through the nostalgia of other adventurers, to the point of her seeing this broken, burdened, lone soul who has had no one he could ever basically rely on his entire life. And the shattering of that, and I want it to almost be like this shattering effect where everyone's view of Husai, because of this break of this mental block on Hildebrandt, is like another physical change of the entire book, where everyone now sees Husai as a human, and everyone's like just has to be like basically reintroduced to Husai, because it's just everyone's just like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden it's like now everyone's thinking about, oh, why is the planet called Gaia? Why can we all speak the same language? So it's like now that Husai has broken this barrier, everyone's minds have basically been opened to this premise. And this is becoming like an awakening for everyone. Ads! I think that would be a fucking badass way to go about it. Because then it literally completely changes everything. And not just for like landscape of like unlocking all of the sky cities. Burp. I mean, what? Oh, yeah, let's do this. Are you guys ready? Are you? Alright, we back. But again, you know, breaking the fourth wall here, guys. There's a reason I only talk about, like, 3 characters. And I'm just gonna leave it up to you guys to understand why. I only talk about, like, these, like, 3 to 5 characters. Like, Husai, Gluttony, Varius, randomly Hildebrandt, Walker, and Yap sometimes. But mainly, like, and then Zaid, the Monarch, and the Viceroy. And it's because I don't want to show you guys what the other fucking characters are. What the Warriors of Light are. And you know one simple thing about the Warriors of Light, and that's one of them doesn't talk. But that's the only thing you guys know about the Warriors of Light. And that's very purposeful. So if you ever think, why do I talk so much about those specific characters, it's because I don't want to talk about the other characters. Because I don't want to spoil anything with them. But I want Husai and like the characters you meet in like the first chapter to be prominent characters in your mind before you even read the book, right? That's why I talk about them so much. I want you to feel for those characters to get into the book and then realize, oh shit.
You too. Look at Americana by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. This is a story about how immigrants, when they come to the United States, undergo a kind of metamorphosis as they adjust to this new living environment. And that brings me to my second point, which really is about thinking about metamorphosis as kind of a metaphor for character change. In Breaking Bad, we see a character change from a mild-mannered chemistry teacher to this meth kingpin. In The Godfather, we see this metamorphosis from mild-mannered son into this mafia overlord. Now, this next writing technique is probably my favorite one in this video. It is number 3. Exposing secret identities. So once again, we're drawing from Aristotle, and he is the guy who first named the technique of anagnorisis. This is basically when you have a character's true identity revealed. Now, I have to say right off the bat,
revealing
that the foundation
Viceroy.
Secret identities. You can't have identity reveals without first planning the secrecy. So a guy called Euripides wrote this play called Iphigenia in Tauris. In this play, Iphigenia was a high priestess who liked to capture Greeks and then sacrifice those prisoners to the gods. But one time, as she's preparing to sacrifice all these Greek strangers, she realizes, oh wait, one of them is my brother. Huge surprise, she had thought he was dead, and guess what? She didn't kill him. So let's look at 3 other examples of anagnorisis in stories and see what else we can learn about secret identities. Look at The Prince of Pride, where Buttercup realizes, oh, the dread pirate Roberts is actually my beloved Wesley. There's 2 things to learn from this. 1, a character deliberately keeping their identity secret
W
as a way to
Stream,
test
G the Machine, thank you, good sir. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are doing ancient tips and tricks from, stories that have withstood the test of time.
Character. And then 2, there is a perfectly written...
Oh, and then there's, like, the reveal of the Warriors of Light. Doing great, keep grinding, true! From low-level party initiates to... basically gods. They're just so ridiculously, insanely more powerful than anyone else because of the multiplication of genetic engineering being directly tied to the monarch's bloodline, the technology of their weapons and armor, and then the magic infused in their technological weapons and armor, and then the knowledge of, like, ancient fighting styles and stuff like that. And, like, tactics and stuff like that. Advanced planning and thinking, and it's like, maybe even I might add, because we discussed this, the idea of AI being able to cast magic. And if AI could cast magic, it essentially would have almost an unlimited amount of mana. So we are playing with this possibility of the Warriors of Light going into this, like, almost, like, mech suit controlled by fucking AI thing, where they just, like, it's like a self-defense thing where if they get attacked, they just automatically cast spells and shit like that. Automatically buffs everyone, keeps all the buffs up. It's basically like having a fucking bot do all of the casting for you. That's literally exactly what it is, though. So I wonder if that would be a way to go. Just to show the idea of, like, fucking, it almost seems like the Warriors of Light are hacking. I love that fucking idea. I mean, we're revealing Gaia as well, too. So there's the Gaia's reveal. So yeah, we got a lot of these things. I think we passed this one pretty well.
Reveal as he is rolling down that hill, yelling, "As you wish." Or think about the huge identity reveal in Star Wars when Luke Skywalker learns who his actual
The idea loves you. That's a great way of putting it, Blessed. That is a great way of putting it. I love that. Yes. The idea loves me so much that it'll never leave. That's how I come to, like, these, like, it could only be this way. And I think that's the best way that a story can be, is the story can only move in this direction. It can only go like this once you hit like that certain point, or these certain points, like that end of Act 1, the end of Act 2, and the end of Act 3. Fall, Garuna, Exile of Adventurers, Finding of Atomus, Lighting of Atomus, Fafnir being on their side, Confrontation of the Monarch, and Destruction of Everything, basically.
Darth Vader. What we can learn from this one is it's not only a recognition of who Darth Vader is, it's also Luke completely reevaluating who he is as a person. Try to make your characters realize that they were wrong about themselves.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Hosai is. But he just can't accept the fact that he is the chosen one, right? True, Levi. Book Fox were like looking foxy. Love it.
Or take Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, where we see Pip discover that his great benefactor is not Miss Havisham, as he thought all along, but actually Abel Magwitch, who is this convicted felon. This next ancient writing technique is probably the one that's mentioned most often in modern literary circles. It is number 4 in media res. And this just
okay.
Modern literary circles. It is number 4.
My one problem is he doesn't leave shit on screen long enough for me to see it or type it down.
In media res. And this just means, as you probably know, to start in the middle of things rather than starting at the beginning. And this comes from the second most famous Homer.
Well, I'm not sure.
No, the other one. Yeah, that's right. Who wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. In the Iliad, Homer starts in the 9th year of the Trojan War rather than in year 1, and then he shows us the past through dialogue and flashbacks. And the same thing with the Odyssey. It doesn't start at the beginning of the journey, it starts with Odysseus being held captive on an island. And then it backtracks and tells us how he got there. So if you choose to use in medias res, I want you to beware of these 3 things.
All right.
1, the fake action opening. This is sort of a cop-out where you know you're supposed to start close to the action, but you don't want to, so you end up faking it. The fake action opening is where you have a really dramatic scene, but then it's revealed, oh, it's just a movie set. Or you have a character speaking really important, powerful lines, and then you draw away, and they're just saying it to the mirror. A second thing to beware of is confusion.
Okay, we don't have anything like that. We do start with action, but it's literally a video. It's like the entire story starts off by watching a video. Which I think is just a very, very ironic way to start a book. Especially from the first person perspective. That it's like, when we're experiencing other characters as if it's almost omniscient third person, it's actually just because we're experiencing some sort of third party through Husai's eyes. Like, him watching a video, him looking into a camera, like, looking into a comm sphere and, like, basically having a video call with someone. And it's like, it gives me this opportunity to break away from the first person in a way that doesn't feel like I have broken away from first person. You're just now almost viewing it from, like, outside of Husai's head instead of inside of Husai's head. If that makes sense. Especially when it's like, it's a recording that he, like, you know, gets enveloped in or something like that, right?
Confusion overload. If you drop your characters in the middle, you have to do twice as much work to make sure they're oriented in terms of time, in terms of place, and in terms of, like, what's happening. Because the great danger is, if you use in medias res, the reader is going to be frustrated and confused rather than being like, oh yay, straight to the action. And a third thing to watch out for would be a generic death or tragedy. When you start with characters who die that we don't know yet, there's not any sort of emotional attachment to those characters, so the reader's going to be like, eh.
Yeah, but you're not, the whole point of the emotional attachment is you're feeling Husai's attachment to them as they're being introduced. He's like, oh, it's what's-his-face? And then have some sort of moment about what's-his-face. Like, oh, it's Chalcom! Remember that time when me and Chalcom, you know? And it's like setting the stage that Husai used to be in command of these people. Like, Aetharg was not actually the leader of the troubadours. Husai was the leader of the troubadours. And Kashyyyk isn't a weapon that, that Aetharg has. It's actually Husai's weapon. His great sword is Kashyyyk. And you'll slowly reveal that, and it's like that's just more of the like New Game Plus kind of things where you can you're never gonna remember that name, but you're gonna have it in the back of your head like I remember that from somewhere. Where the hell did that name come from? And I think that will build up more. But again, you're not really supposed to care for the characters' deaths off the bat. You're supposed to learn to care about them throughout the book, through the other characters, to kind of feel the impact throughout the book. If that makes sense. Again, that's if I can pull it off. But that's kind of how it's supposed to be, is like, they're brought up by other people, like, oh, these are the great deeds. This is the reason why this person's so powerful and amazing, you know? This was the incident that this character gained their title from, or something like that, right? So, we still are, like, we know there are complications with the beginning that we have. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Like, I don't care. You have to establish the reader's connection with a specific character before you do something that's going to move them emotionally. Now, here's a little quiz time for you. Do you know what the opposite of in medias res is? Because the Greeks were known for this technique. But the question is, what were the Romans known for?
Oh shit. Yes, I'm streaming late. Okay, Muffin, I wasn't sure because you weren't on, bro.
Technique called ab ovo, meaning from the egg. So hey, comment below. Are you more of a Greek storyteller or more of a Roman storyteller? There's not a right or wrong. It's just they're both good techniques to understand when you're trying to decide where to start your story. This next classic writing technique is a lot of fun. It is number 5.
Use dramatic irony. All right. Bye-bye, not be back. I'm trying to make you come back, Muffin. Okay? Don't question my tactics. I'm smart, okay? I'ma come in your back. God damn it, Muffin. Okay, let's think here. Dramatic irony. Would it be dramatic irony that every single adventurer thinks it's absolutely ridiculous that the Beastmen would ever fucking try to attack an adventurer city? That no matter how many numbers they had, they would never even get close to the walls? And then they get completely smashed, destroyed, and fucked up. Not even because they're arrogant and overconfident, it's because they were just absolutely not expecting what the fuck was coming at them. They could have never known. That might just be normal irony? Okay. Okay. So dramatic irony. Could it be the death of Zayd and the fact that the death of one of, like, an almost unimportant character in a way leads to such a massive reveal and like, I'm thinking of the word here, but like progression of the story. Because not only does it fuck with Husai, and it's like all about Husai's changing arc and falling from grace, it shows you the connection and how everyone views Husai. The people that actually care about him show up to comfort him, whereas the others basically talk behind his back. And it also reveals the Monarch and goes back to the very beginning of the story to find out who killed Torg. And who's been basically making sure that the 100-year quest is never completed. Because I'm not sure, like... Would dramatic irony be the fact that Husai breaks down and tells Hildebrandt, and that causes this mental break in everyone to fall apart, her view of him to completely change, and it's all because he broke the one rule that he shouldn't have broken? And through breaking that rule, he literally unleashes his own potential? Because I think this one might just be going... the fuck over my head. But I'm thinking it's more connected to characters than it is plot, right? If pure irony is plot-driven, dramatic irony would be character-driven. That would be my assumption here. Dramatic irony relies on the reader knowing something the characters don't. Think of how when Gilgus fights Kenpachi, the audience know Kenpachi still isn't fighting at full power because he's wearing his eye patch. Oh. So could dramatic irony then be Husai joining the battlefield? Because you think that, like, everything, like, they're fighting at full power, and then Husai joins the battlefield and is basically like Guts, just walking in there and annihilating everything, and you're just like, why the fuck isn't he fighting on the front lines? And it's like, well, commanders only fight when there's a threat that's equivalent of their stature, right? And this would be Husai going out to basically kill the enemy general. And he's looking down and he's like, alright, there's a chance that we're not actually going to win this. I'm going in. That sounds like the character knowing something the readers don't. But would that work in the same way, Levi? Because I'm just thinking about it as character-driven. Could it work the other way around? I like to be as, you know, fucked up as possible and push the boundaries of whatever I can. So I like to see, like, how can I manipulate this understanding of, or I should say, misallocation or whatever of information, you know? Just a good thought experiment there. Other than that, something that the reader knows. This one's a little bit trickier because it's pushing the boundaries, but it falls along the same line. So would the dramatic irony be, my brain and belly hurt, I'm leaving, I will return, I'll try to return. No worries, Blessed, take care of yourself, man. Don't feel obligated to stick around, brother. If you ain't feeling it, you ain't feeling it, man. I wish you luck, good sir. I hope you feel better. The fact that pretty much the reader should know that Husai's human. Husai knows that he's human, but the other characters don't know that he's human. So it's like Husai and the reader share this knowledge that the rest of the characters don't share. But I think I've pretty much used up all of my thought process on this. So let's go back to the video and see how close these are.
Here's dramatic irony. Dramatic irony is simply when the reader knows something that the character doesn't. And a great example of this would be Sophocles' play Oedipus Rex. And yeah, this is where Freud got that Oedipus complex. So it's predicted that a child will grow up to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents ship him away to a distant land so the prophecy isn't fulfilled, but lo and behold, he comes back, kills his father, marries his mom. Eesh, 0 stars, would not recommend. And then he ends up pursuing the murderer of his father without knowing that it's him. So the audience knows all along, like, oh, Oedipus, gross, dude, super cringe. So what is the tension in that story? The tension in the story is we are just waiting, okay, when is Oedipus gonna find out? because we want to see that reaction. Now, when you use dramatic irony, you absolutely need to abide by these 3 rules. 1, don't make characters unreasonably stupid. The reader shouldn't feel as though the character should have figured it out like eons ago, right? The character should feel smart and figure it out at the appropriate time. You don't want dumb characters. 2, you want your character...
What is something that Husai learns? Could this be a problem with perspective, Levi? That it's really hard for Husai not to know something that the reader does because you're inside of Husai's mind. The only time this ever works in the story is at the very beginning, when the first scene is the actual scene of the monarch killing Torg, and then Husai watching. Yeah, first person would make dramatic irony more difficult. So I think the only point that it could ever be is at the very beginning of the story, when you, the reader, know that Torg is going to die, once you've introduced Torg and Husai's there, so the reader is just waiting for the moment that Torg is going to die. And you can tell from the way that Husai is acting that he knows that Torg is dead and this is the future. So all we're waiting for is when Husai finds out how Torg died. I think that might be the only point in the story where it's true dramatic irony, but it's not very powerful. Because it just happens so fast. But make characters do the worst because of do the worst things because of what they don't know.
To do the
Only thing I think about this is, like, the reader doesn't know either, but, like, what should Husai do? What do you do in this position where you don't know if you're being warned or you're being threatened? And there's no one you can turn to. Do you risk it?
absolute worst thing because of what they don't know. When using dramatic irony, it's best if they're not making choices that they know are wrong, because then that's just an ethical flaw. Instead, it's more of a lack of knowledge that's their problem. And the third rule is follow your genre's conventions. So horror and thriller readers might expect completely different dramatic irony than, say, literary fiction readers. In horror, we might know that the killer's inside the house, but the character doesn't know. While in literary fiction, we might know that the character's self-perception is skewed in some way. They can't see themselves the way that others see them. This next age-old writing technique is an oldie but a goodie. It is number 6. Reversal of fortune. Reversal of fortune is actually a really simple idea. It's just when a character is winning and then suddenly losing. And if you want to know the technical Greek term, it is peripeteia. And yeah, it's been around since like 300 AD. And for this one, we're going to look at a really simple example taken from Aesop's Fables. Remember the tortoise and the hare and the race between the two of them? The hare races ahead, falls asleep because he's like, I've got so much time. But the tortoise, slow and steady, ends up winning the race. That's a reversal of fortune. Hare thought he was winning. Oh, surprise? No, the tortoise beat you out. And let's look at some modern examples as well. In Ernest Hemingway's Old Man of the Sea, you have Santiago finally
spoilers!
That big marlin. He finally succeeds, and then the sharks come. His greatest triumph immediately reverses into this horrific situation. Or look at a movie like The Big Short. During the 2008 financial crisis, Michael Burry and others go from being laughing stocks to billionaires, while a lot of really established corporations and Wall Street firms, they end up collapsing. I will say that you can approach this reversal of fortune using one of two techniques. One is that you can tip them off that this reversal of fortune is coming. This is the technique of anticipation. So you make the reader look forward to what's about to happen. And the second choice, which is equally
I think the anticipation of that, like tipping them off for the reversal of fortune, is like, in chapter 2 during the inauguration, like the political turmoil. Everything's going fine. Everything's going great. No one has any problems. And then the new viceroy gets up there. And oh my god, you thought Donald Trump was bad. Fuck, man. Viceroy's like, yeah, some of those beastmen, right? Yeah, they're gonna be adventurers and they're gonna be allowed in the tree. What do you guys think about that? Yeah! Everyone fucking riots the fuck out. They're like, the fuck? No way this shit fucking happening.
Is valid is just to blindside them with it.
And that kind of like, that's also a foreshadowing for like how the mob reacts towards Zaid at the exile of the tree. And like how crazy people can get inside of the tree over just seemingly the simplest things. But it's about the perspective that people have towards their class and their status. And they're basically being told that, oh yeah, you guys are so fucked that you're the same as Beastmen. People are like, you're basically calling us animals. People not having any of that shit. But then again, the people are super ignorant about Beastmen anyways.
And this is the technique of...
So it's not like it's more like calling them children than it is animals. And they kind of are like children. So the Viceroy has his own points in there.
Prize, which works perfectly well. Now for this last writing technique that has stood the test of time, we're looking at number 7. The 3 unities of storytelling. Now, the 3 unities of storytelling originally came from Aristotle, but then it was sort of codified in 16th century Italy, but, you know, we're still gonna say it counts. The 3 unities are a unity of action, which means a story should have one principal action, unity of time, which says that a story should take place over a 24-hour period, and unity of place, which says that a story should take place in a single location. Now, some of you are scratching.
Fuck ads. Yeah, I'm like, This sound a bit weird, but I'm listening. Hey, I'm listening, right? Not knocking it. I'm just listening. Oh shit, I gotta grind more. I'm just completely unprepared for this. My bad. We back, but I'm still not ready yet. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Unity of time, unity of place, unity of action. A single place, a single 24 hours, a single... I think this just means, like my guess here is this just means, like maybe metaphorically in the sense that it doesn't feel like you're jumping all over the place, but I have no idea where this could possibly be going. If you pick one, that helps keep the story followable. Is this like a progression? Like if you have an action, that action should take place within a time frame, and that action should take place in a single place. Is that kind of what it is? For any action taken, it shouldn't like spill over into other things because then it becomes confusing.
Principal action. Unity of time, which says that a story should take place over a 24-hour period, and unity of place, which says that a story should take place in a single location. Now, some of you are scratching your heads right now like, I don't know about that place and time one. And you got to remember that these rules were written for plays. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense if you're having a play, because that means you don't have to change a whole bunch of sets and you can keep all the action in one particular time period. Yeah, I totally get that. But for novelists, I think those two are a lot less helpful. But I do think the first one, unity of action, is still a helpful principle for novelists. It's good because it's a rule of simplicity, where you can minimize a lot of subplots and a lot of diverging storylines and just concentrate on the one storyline that actually matters. If you think back to Sophocles and Oedipus Rex, there is no part of that story that can be taken out and the story would still work. No, it would all collapse like a house of cards or like a Jenga tower. I do think that the shorter a piece is, the more it needs to have.
This guy stopped talking? True, Blessed. True.
A unity of action, while if you have a big sprawling novel that's 200,000 words long, then okay, like the reader's gonna forgive you for a few digressions because maybe it's really interesting, your digressions and your subplots. So look at the length of your piece and determine, can I get away with stepping away from the main action, or should I really stick to the main task? Okay, click the link below to join my BookFox Academy, and I hope all of these ageless writing techniques serve you well in your work in progress.
True. Alright guys, that is BookFox. That's another video down! Go give him some love, give him a like, give him a subscribe. All that good stuff. This for later, for this. There we go. Alright. So, shall we move on to the commentary? So we want to do kind of an in-depth dive into this. I mean, I don't know what people think about it. I don't know if anyone actually really cares. I just thought it would be a cool thing to do as like an extra, like on the side thing that had its own dedicated moments for. And kind of do it as an off-stream, like, only YouTube thing. And do it, like, through Discord. So we do something like, you know, we come up with some sort of grand, overall arching topic, whether we're talking about writing. I want it to be, like, more like a meet the author, like an author's corner kind of thing, where it's more about just getting to know, like, us personally. And I want to have, like, you guys on and, you know, tell your stories about why you're a writer, you know, what made you want to be a writer, why do you write, you know, what do you want to do with your writing, you know, other things about yourself and stuff like that. You know, if you have any crazy stories about how you wound up in the way that you are, like me, you know, could do something like that. And then basically we record it and turn it into, like, a podcast. And then we put it out on YouTube and do it like, you know, we could do it on Spotify, Audible, whatever, you know, those Ko-Fi or whatever. But I think it'd be really interesting and really cool. And we could do that like maybe once a month. Just as like an extra behind the scenes thing. Sinister suggested this and I was like, oh, this is a really good idea. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it as necessarily a part of the stream because it gets fucking all over the place. But, like, sitting down and having, like, a full-on, like, podcast-style, like, conversation about either our work or, anything like that, I think would just be interesting. So we're gonna do a little bit of like research here and be like, how would we go about doing something like this? Like, how would we, if we wanted to make this, let's say, pop off, how would we structure this? How would we go about this? And what would be the best, like, you know, topics and tools, let's say? Alright, we're going to use our 5 questions on it. I want to start a podcast where I get my viewers to come on and we talk about our lives one-on-one. I want to do this as a separate part from the stream, just its own little project, but I have never done a podcast before. Will be a good way to go about doing a podcast for and about writers, like an author's corner, to get to know the authors of the works we read on the stream. Let's see what we get. Phone died. Damn, that sucks, Blessed. My phone's pretty near dying. I never let my phone die, though. It's always at like, it stays at like 1% for like an hour. If I don't do anything with it. I never use my phone for anything. The only time it dies is like when I'm not like when I have like 3 or 4 days off and I just don't charge it and I just don't pay attention to it. And then I go to look at the time and yeah. But I have an analog clock on the wall, so. I'm smart, guys. I'm smart. Man, he's really thinking about this shit. But I was thinking, yeah, so like, I kind of had this thing. Well, me and Sinister were going through, I was taking notes. So while it's doing that, let's just pull up the notes. So it'd be like, topic would be like situations that made me the man I am. And it'd be like your early life experiences, you know, like between like 7 and 11 or something like that, you know, like fucking young kid. And then how high school fucked me out of film and everything that goes along with film. How I let my life fall apart after I had my seizures, like just not caring about shit and basically relying on other people and just like, yeah, literally just being a lazy piece of fucking shit. And then why I use streaming as a tool to hold myself accountable for my writing and everything else like that, to like, because I need like a third party to hold myself. And it's like and then we had the like topic of freedom versus slavery, like single versus married, because I've never been in like a long-term relationship, and Sinister's been in like multiple marriages. So it's like, what's the perspective from 2 people on that medium, right? And it would just be like stuff like that, and maybe more inspiration towards your work. But this was just kind of a little brainstorming session that we had to try and come up with ideas so that we don't just go off on a tangent, but it feels like the podcast is structured towards a topic, right? Starting a podcast focused on authors and their lives, separate from your stream, is a wonderful idea. It's a great way to dive deeper into the stories behind the writers whose work you feature, and it can become its own unique project like an author's corner. Since you've never done a podcast before, I'll walk you through a step-by-step guide to get started, tailored specifically to your goal of a one-on-one conversations with authors about their lives and writing. Here's how you can approach it. Define your podcast focus and format. Podcast will be a space to get to know the authors behind the works you read on your stream. A one-on-one interview style is perfect for this. It's intimate, engaging, and lets you explore their lives in depth. Concept. Call it something like Author's Corner. You didn't even try there, bud. And focus on personal conversations with authors about their writing journeys, inspirations, challenges, and life experiences. Episode structure. Keep it simple and structured. Start with a short intro about the author and their work. Move into a casual chat about their life, writing process, and personal stories. Include a fun segment like the author reading a short excerpt or sharing a favorite writing tip. Wrap up with a Q&A where your stream viewers can submit questions in advance. Tone. Aim for a warm, conversational vibe, like a friendly chat over coffee, so authors feel comfortable. Bye! Grow sideburns and call it Between Two Burns. Right. That is pretty funny, Blessed. That is pretty fucking funny. Plan your content. Since this is about authors and their lives, your content should highlight what makes them unique as writers and people. Guest selection. Start with authors you featured on your stream. Your audience already knows their work, and it creates a natural tie-in. You can also invite indie or lesser-known authors who'd love the exposure. Exposure to what? 2.5 people? Research before each interview. Read at least one of their works and jot down thoughtful questions. Focus on their life experiences. How did you grow up in X shape of How did growing up in X shape your stories and writing habits? What's the toughest part of your process? See, I kind of, like, you know, I'm not sure if the other people in this chat have ever heard of me. Half person, a dwarf? No, I mean blessed, like AFKs and bots. AFKs and bots together combine half a person. See what I mean? These guys count as half a person. Oh. Okay. I kind of don't want it to be like a question and answer, though. I want it to just be like a conversation where we have the topics and the questions aren't like I ask you a question. It's like we posit a question and then we both answer the question, right? And the question comes from the topic, like, what was your life like, kind of thing. Like, how did your early life shape, you know, your imagination? Like, what do you think drove you to having such a vivid imagination? Usually that's something that happens in childhood. Like, someone encourages your imagination. There's some sort of, like, thing that you do that requires a lot of imagination, like playing with your friends, like playing Fort or something with your friends in the woods, where it's like, you know, you're doing, like, battle sieges and stuff like that, reenacting Lord of the Rings and shit like that kind of stuff. Callie! Yo, 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 how's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome! We are just doing a deep dive into what the podcast could possibly look like if or when we decide to do this authors podcast. Because would you be interested in this, Callie? Like, it would be a separate thing from the stream, so we'd set up maybe once a month for someone to come on, and basically we'd have a one-on-one. We'd pick a topic. What was your traumatic experience at the train tracks behind your dad's house? True, Levi, true. Working title, Between Two Sideburns. Yeah. I think it should be called A Foot in the Door. What do you guys think about A Foot in the Door? And it kind of has this pun, if you know, because I crushed my foot. So it's kind of like the idea of I'm scared of talking, also I have something to share. Can we read it? Yes, Callie. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, very much so, yes. I have been waiting. But we must wait longer since we're in the middle of the commentary. But it would just be very casual, and it would just be like one-on-one, Callie. It'd be a Discord call. No one else would be involved. It wouldn't be on stream. And it's the freaking isekai. Oh my god. Removing the ribbon, getting into the thick of the book. What about the bookmark? What do you think about that? The Bookmark podcast. I wonder if there's something already called that. Yeah, there already is. Freequill! I like that. There's a Quill podcast, but there's no Freequill. It's the idea of the ribbon from old books that have a ribbon attached, so you never need to look for a bookmark. Oh, I guess that's true, Sean. 2 more days, TikTok! Can't wait! True, Fireblade, but guess what? We had an absolute motherfucking tragedy today. We had the worst possible fucking tragedy today. I broke my nails. Two days before the fucking stream, I broke my fucking nails. Because I got lazy. And next thing I know, boop, there goes 1, boop, there goes 2, boop, there goes 3, and then I cut the last one off. Well, I mean, we can still do it, but, I mean, it's fucked because Fireblade did the same thing before the 24-hour stream, my birthday stream. I broke my fucking nails. Remember the riddle from Disney's Alice in Wonderland? Why is a raven like a reading desk? I actually answered that riddle. It's surprisingly easy. Oh, because of a quill. Isn't it because of a quill? Because they used to use raven feathers as a quill? Yeah. So what was it? What was it specifically, Sean? I don't know why I can't fucking find it in here. Oh, removing the ribbon. There is something called Beyond the Ribbon, but removing the ribbon. Wish I was there to help. Just think broken nails make international news since Twitch streamers around the world. It'll be okay. Yeah, I know. I can type on my phone now. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The answer, the egg came first because insects, lizards, and fish were laying eggs long before chickens existed. And the answer actually is the egg, Sean, because the first chicken was hatched from an egg. But the animal that laid that was not a chicken. Does that make sense? Because of evolution? It's just that final step connecting, and then like a whole new species appearing. A variant, if you will. I saw an AI video of how chicken came to be. Well, it's funny, Fireblade. I saw an AI video of how you came to be. It was me and your mom. Correct. However, there's also the argument that if a chicken hatches from it, then that egg belonged to that chicken. Came first, the sperm or the human? Aliens, Fireblade. Aliens came first. Question ideas. Prepare 8 to 10 open-ended questions such as what moment in your life made you realize you wanted to write? How do your personal experiences show up in your characters or plots? Are you my dad? No, Fireblade. Most likely not. It was one of the other 33. Sperm came first. It knocked up a chimp and boom, first primitive human came into being. Aliens! Guys, it was aliens. Set up a recording, your recording basics. You don't need fancy equipment to start, but good audio is key to keeping listeners engaged. Platform. Decide if you'll record in person or remotely. Remote interviews are easiest to manage, let you feature authors from anywhere. We're just going to use Discord. Equipment, get a decent, okay, software. Yeah, we already got that. Prepare for the interviews. A little prep goes a long way to making your podcast feel professional and fun. Pre-interview chat, email, or call the author beforehand to explain with the format and make them feel at ease. Share a few sample questions so they know what to expect. Timing, aim for 30 to 45 minutes per episode, long enough for depth, short enough to hold attention. Practice. Do a test run with a friend to get comfy with each style. True. Word obsessor. Should that be the title of the podcast, Blessed? Is that your pitch? Word Obsessor? The Word Obsessor podcast? Promote your podcast. Since this is separate from your stream, you'll need to spread the word to build an audience. Meh. It's a weak title. Did you try to sex the sex bot in Grok yet? Oh shit, I forgot about that, Fireblade. Sorry, I just have such a regular FAP routine that I just totally forgot. It's called Not Allowed, because I'm caged. I don't have the app. Use your stream, announce the podcast to your viewers, and share short clips or teasers from episodes. Let them know it's a deeper dive into the authors they love. Oh, but it's not November yet. It's every day for me is November, Fireblade, unless my mistress allows it. Who is Margie Knight, and why'd they add me on Discord? Says they're from your server. Smo Tadaidi. That's my sister. Yeah, she likes to get freaky. So, the correct occasion is Locktober. I love that, Levi. That's fucking great. Mistress, you have a girl in your life? Yeah, it's called my alter ego, Fireblade. No thanks, Smokey. Are they a bot, Smokey? Are they a bot? Hold on, let me check. Unwritten behind the stories. Oh, I like that, Blessed. Says they recently joined your Discord. Members. Oh, their account's only 1 day old. Definitely a fucking bot. Okay, they're not in the Discord anymore. No worries, Smokey. Don't talk to strangers. Don't add strangers to your DMs, guys. It's asking for trouble. Social media. Post about it on platforms like Twitter, try writing community, or Instagram and tag the authors you interview. They'll likely share it with their followers. Oh, there was this one editor guy selling like services and I got all suspicious. Yeah, Callie, was that the guy's name started with a Q? I banned that guy. Cause anyone who's trying to promote that shit...
Do not drink water.
is obviously a bot.
Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the
And I figured out that I can find out how old their accounts are. And most of those people's accounts were made within 3 or 4 days. So I booted like 5 people. How old is mine? Smokey? I don't even know. What's your Discord? Wait, you don't have Discord, do you? Fuck, I have no idea. Desi. Girl, the dashboard is attracting... This board is attracting bots. Yeah, but I can tell where they joined from, Callie. So anyone who joins from Discord, I can tell how old their account is and what link they use to get into the server. So now that I know, is Litro Smoky. Sometimes actual people arrive, though. Or that was how it was with mine. Yep. Yeah. It'll eventually be like that. Oh, I see you, Smoky. Here you are. Kick. Alright, you are kicked from the server. What was I supposed to do, Smoky? I don't remember what I'm doing here. Why was I pulling you up? Oh, I was gonna look how old your account is. 5 years old. July 5th, 2020. How old is my account? Yeah, mine's only 1 year old, but if you look at Itox just joined. 7 years old. 2017 is when I made my original account on Discord. Hell yeah. Alright, we are in ads. This one's for you, Smokey. Are you ready? Are we gonna sync toke, bro? Are we gonna fucking sync toke like champs? And look, Smokey, my fucking nails broke today. I don't have nails anymore. I'm pissed. Alright, that's one toke. No sync because you take too long other days. No, did I smoke on you? Like you said wait, and then I smoked. It was the opposite of that. No, you didn't wait for me, so I'm refusing. Oh. Oh, you're gonna be a little bitch-ass dick fuck like that, Smokey. A little fucking pussy bitch? Are you a little fucking pussy bitch? Today, I quit my last addiction. I'm not sure if these are still titles, Blessed, or if that's a legitimate statement. Haha, you're so hot when you curse people. Level up to level 4, Fireblade! Fuck you. Not a title. Okay, what was it? What was your last addiction? Was it a gacha game? Are you addicted to a fucking gacha game? Oh! Don't gamble, kids. Fuck yeah! Woo, 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 woo! We won! We're rich! Fuck yeah! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Alright, this is gonna kill me, but this is for you, Smokey. Blessed, that has such powerful subtext to it. That has such fucking powerful subtext. It was me all along. You were addicted to AI, and it was me all along. Whoa. Alright, guys. Let's all congratulate Blessed from graduating from hell. He can now move on with his life and be a true person. He is no longer tied down to the antics and rhetoric that is my stream. So thus he's lost all creativity. I mean, what? 6. Starts, or where were we? Author communities. Connect with writing groups on Reddit, writing, or Goodreads to find guests and listeners. Engage viewers. Ask your stream audience to suggest authors or send in questions for guests. This makes them feel involved. Start small and grow. As a beginner, it's smart to ease into podcasting so you don't get overwhelmed. Pilot episode. Record 1 to 2 test episodes with authors you know or even a friend who writes. Use these to tweak your format and tech setup. Schedule. Start with 1 episode every 2 weeks. Once you're confident, you can do more. We're gonna do 1 every month. I think that's pretty. We got what, 5 viewers? That's 5 months worth of content, and like 2 of those probably will come on camera. I know Sinister will, and I know Book will. I don't know about Levi. I don't know about Beezus. I don't know about Smokey. Well, it's not necessarily camera. I mean just Discord, right? I mean talking in general. Problem is I don't write shit. But Levi, you have insight. You have intelligent insight into like the technical structure of it in like a moral framework of like storytelling. Does that make sense? What about written correspondence read by TTS? Just the thing is, it's supposed to feel personal. That's okay, Callie. I mean, we could do it, and, you know, if you don't feel comfortable, you don't feel comfortable, right? If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. My thing is that I'm smart, but I don't do the work because I'm dumb. I see that, Levi. I'm just retarded, but I'm also a procrastinator, which makes me even, like, fucking more retarded. Schedule. Learn as you ask early listeners or guests for feedback to improve your style and sound. Smart people find easy ways to get through life. True, Blessed. That's why I spent 8 years of my life doing fucking nothing. Spent all of high school doing nothing. And pretty much spent most of my life doing fucking nothing. And even now, I don't actually have to do anything. I just want to. Because at the end of the day, it's more of a social interaction than it is anything else. Right? A character building, yeah. Like getting out, wait, does that mean I'm dumb? I spent all of high school writing poetry and reading. Yeah, exactly, Callie. Did you spend high school only doing high school? That's what I mean by that. Like, I fucked around. As soon as class ended, I was out. I never did any fucking homework. I fucking, like, rushed through essays and shit to get them just done in class time so I didn't have to fucking do them outside of school. But I was always at the school, and I was always in the computer lab, so, you know, Like, I always had, like, the means to, right? So I did, but it was just like, I literally just focused on film and creativity and said fuck it to everything else. I only did well when I actually cared. See, I just skated by with like C minuses, except for film was all A's. And then I failed Math 10 because my teacher fucking hated me because I just read in class. That was my Dragonlance year. I just read nothing but Dragonlance books, and I would not put my book away. I just didn't give a fuck what she said. So, get the fuck out of here, bitch. I'm reading. You want me to solve the problem? I'll go fucking solve the problem. And then I go solve the problem, and it's like, yeah, exactly. Now let me get back to my fucking book. We're an NCEA country, but I was a straight merit student. Yeah, I'm sure. But then again, I'm like, if I had glasses in high school, I probably would have been a better student. Turns out I was blind, and I didn't realize I was fucking blind until I started driving, and then I was like, I can't read street signs. And I'm like, maybe you need glasses, and I'm like, yep, I need glasses, and I always sat at the back of the room too. So yeah. Probably one of the contributing factors. Beginning friendly tips. Here are some practical pointers to make your first episode smooth. Is this musical me? Is it just me, or is this really loud now? This like goes from like really quiet to like really loud. I liked science, math, English, history, music was fun, but I was also depressed, so I would skip classes. I only started really caring after the second year, and my grades went from B to C's to A's. Yeah, I never cared, but I never skipped school. I went, I just didn't really do anything. Launching Author's Corner is a chance to create something special for your viewers and connect with the writers you admire. Start simple, focus on authentic conversations, and let your curiosity guide you. You'll get better with each episode, and soon you'll have a podcast that's as enjoyable to make as it is to listen to. Good luck and enjoy bringing these authors' lives to life. Here is an outline for an episode. Gonna think for a while. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good first episode to me for like an introduction, right? Do the first episode introducing me, and then move into something else, maybe? So maybe we could have like a 45-second snippet of each of us like introducing ourselves. Or maybe like a minute and a half snippet. A minute to a minute and a half snippet. Wearing mutton chops. Maybe Blessed, but it's not really supposed to be a visual thing. It's just supposed to be an audio thing. It's just supposed to be two people talking on Discord. Simple as that. Just blabbing about our lives, having a good time. It's like a talk over a beer. Intro, kick it off with the vibe. This is about the real, unfiltered moments that shape you, no polished motivational crap. Tease what's coming. We're diving into my early years, how high school screwed me out of film, the chaos after my seizures, and why streaming keeps me from falling apart again. Hook them. We all have situations that break us or build us. Today, I'm laying mine bare. Early life experiences. Set the scene. What was growing up like? Any specific moments, good or bad or weird, that stuck with you? Get gritty. If it was tough, say it straight. If it taught you something early, lean into that. Tie it forward. I had an amazing, great, epic adventure as a child. I didn't fucking have a want in the world as a fucking child. It was fucking amazing. We just did everything we fucking wanted. Anything we fucking wanted. Yep. I just followed in the footsteps of my older brother. Tie it forward. How did these years plant the seeds for the struggles and strengths that came later? It fucked me for high school because I thought life was great and peachy. And then I got to high school and everyone was a fucking dick. But now I realize it's because that's just how guys are. I was just raised as a pussy, so when I came across dicks, I didn't... That's why it's like, now I understand that, and it's like, well, I make fun of myself to facilitate the showing that, oh, this guy makes fun of himself, so he's not actually making fun of me, it's just, like, part of a bit. Right? Like when I tell Smokey to shut the fuck up. Or when someone tells me to shut the fuck up. Like when Muffin tells me to shut the fuck up. And then when we say fuck you. How high school fucked me out of film. What drew you to film? Paint the picture of that dream. Why it mattered. The screw over. What went down in high school. Did someone betray you? Did the system fail you? Or did you just fall apart? The aftermath. How did it feel to lose that? Did it tank your confidence and make you pissed enough to keep fighting? How I let my life fall apart after my seizures. What happened with the seizures? Give enough details so listeners feel the weight of it. The collapse. Where did you go from there? Talk about the low points. Lost hope. Broken relationships. Whatever it was. Don't hold back if you're comfortable. The shift. What stopped the free fall? Was there a moment or a choice that pulled you out? Why I use streaming as a tool to hold myself accountable. To start, how did I get into streaming? Was it random or a desperate grab for structure? Explain how it works for you. Does showing up for an audience force you to stay on track? Pay off what's changed, better habits, a community, or just a reason to get up? Share the wins, big or small. Lessons and reflections. Look back. What's the through line? What do these situations teach you about yourself? Resilience, failure, whatever it is. Reach out. Got advice for someone stuck in their own mess? Keep it real, not preachy. Wrap it up strong. I'm still a work in progress, but here's what I figured out so far. Something that always happens in like every school I went to is would always start out as the coolest guy with a ton of friends, and then the adults would pull me into the office. You don't get your grades up, you'll fail, and I would turn into the nerd with no friends. Yeah, pretty much, Callie. There's no medium ground, right? Tips to crush it. Stay raw. Don't clean it up too much. The rough edges are what'll connect with people. Pause for effect. After the heavy stuff, like the seizures or high school, let it sit. Silence can say more than words. Link it up. Show how each part led to the next. Make it a story, not just a rundown. Bring in streaming. If you've got clips from your streams, toss them in to back up your points. Keep it you. Don't try to sound like a self-help guru. You're just a guy sorting through the chaos. That's what'll stick. Got the bones of something powerful here. Fill it with your truth, and it'll resonate. If you want help, hell yeah. Okay, well, we can come back to this, right? But that's just pretty much the idea behind it, right? So if anyone's interested in that, you know, again, it could be even just like 10 minutes of us talking, because me and Sinister want to do, or Sinister wants to do one, so I'll do one with Sinister. We'll set it up, and then I can debut that episode with Sinister, and then you guys can, you know, go from there, what you feel comfortable with or whatever, and that can kind of set the vibe and the motion for it, because he's the one who came up with the idea for it. But anyways, Callie, are you ready? This is it. This is the moment, guys. This is what everyone's been waiting for. I am so excited for this. Okay. Actually, let's do this because sometimes it helps keep it structured. It's a bit wilder later on. Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm very much intrigued, Callie. Rejected by humans, protected by beasts. The birth of the most overpowered pacifist protagonist in a town that hates monsters. Isel was born out of a ragged bag in a town that valued strength above all. No parents to offer him warmth in the unforgiving storm ahead. A crowd of people ran by without so much as a glance, shielding themselves from the unusual shards of glass the storm spew out. Each shard was a sharp crash into their tin roofs, and every puncture into the flesh was a scream from a resident with no concept of such strange weather. He kept crying. No one even looked at him. They only looked after themselves, because this storm had a particular effect other than its edges that hacked and sliced. The shards summoned hordes of monsters from their surface. Each shard, when piercing earth or flesh, became a gateway, pulling forth monsters long forgotten or not yet born. Skeletons, goblins, and orcs, even demons and dark elves stood with their curved daggers and spike-laden maces out, all screaming with the intention of drawing blood. Most ordinary people looked at Isel and saw an ordinary boy, too ordinary for their liking. He had no special gifts, no strength of his own, but the orchestrator of it all, the Demon Lord. He took one look at the boy, and after 1,000 years of stillness felt his heart surge with compassion. He then inspected the bag the boy was firmly placed within it, as if his legs were fixed to the bottom. He read the ancient runes etched into the bag. The easily coaxed bag of accommodations. You are a gift unto the world, said Malachi. The bag of accommodations felt the world needed someone to correct all this corruption, all this hate between human and beast. This world fears anything that looks or acts like a beast, anyone who would dare to cause pain. But what the ordinary don't understand is all creatures and people are born with gentle hearts. All evils are born from taking lives, taking lovers, taking what we believe is ours. The easily coaxed bag of accommodations attempts to correct this by giving those it favors anything they desire. The object could be entire shelters, nourishment, magical devices, cure-alls, but never people, never love, never weaponry. Yet here this boy sits, seemingly trapped in a dusty old bag. He looked at the boy and remembered the first time he cried, and how no one had stopped then, either. The boy hopped from place to place, summoning a smile in the Demon Lord, and he wondered what other magic the boy hid behind those eyes. If you're going to hop around in that thing, we should clean it, he said as he asked the bag for a feather duster. Only he had high enough charisma for the bag to listen. The Demon Lord looked above him, at the clouds. Isel cried, and something in the storm gave in. Shards of glass fell harder. It's all right, my storm. You needn't cry any longer. I have a worthy sacrifice for you. Shards froze midair, and Malachi directed them. My storm, the boy has the heart you're looking for, he said. Take his heart. Glass shards like a rainbow that threatened to pierce rushed Isel's chest. The shards should have taken him, but something round and furry and wielding a toothpick crawled out of the bag to protect him. Malachi, in shock, went to one knee, surprised to witness such a powerful creature utilize even a smidge of its power. The rat is a New Yorker, by the way. Okay. To protect a child with the highest charisma stat he has ever seen, sphere of plot armor, arriving in the form of the rat Zodiac. You really do love this boy, said Malachi. The rat tilted his head. Ah, I forgot you're almost as ordinary as any other rat. Save for your defenses, my rodent tongue is a bit rusty. Malachi readied himself for the challenge. He breathed in and out heavily, focused his eyes on the rat, and searched deep within. Squeak, 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 squeakity, squeak, squeaker. Malachi cringed at that last word, and so did every gamer to have ever lived. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Squeak, squeak, squeakity, squeak. The demon lord scurried off. He scrambled to the barrels of cheese stacked behind the rat, hands trembling as he selected a worthy offering. He hadn't bowed to anyone in centuries, not since the dungeons came alive. And now, he bowed to a rat. Malachi offered the cheese. Squeak forgave the rat. Alright, so he isn't going to obliterate me, and the understandings I wasn't going to hurt the boy. And he understands I wasn't going to hurt the boy. He is angry that I attacked the town, though. I'm not sure any amount of cheese will fix that. At least the offering allows him to understand human tongue now. Squeakity? I understand, but I was already planning to care for him. I just need my wife to get back from Hellverse with groceries, said Malachi. Squeak? Yes, a sacrifice. But not in the physical sense. You must have been asleep for quite a while. Storm of Glitter Glass and its powers are notorious in this world. Did the last divine gathering really tire you out that much? Squeak! The rat rubbed his whiskers. Barrels fell. Lightning struck. Malachi bowed even deeper. I won't speak of it then. Your matters are your own. Please don't touch your whiskers. Forgive me, said Malachi. Rat offered Malachi the cheese as reward for his piety. A nibble gave him the ability to understand Rat. Immediately after eating it, however, he experienced a burning sensation in his stomach. You can come here unannounced on the day of the Chosen One's birthday. I thought you were an honorable demon, Mally. I invite you to all my shindigs. My bat mitzvah, my hoedowns. Uncle Rat let you have a sip of sewage wine from the fountain. And you repay me by interrupting our celebration with a storm of falling glass and stinky orcs. Have you ever bothered to bathe them? Seriously. Oh shit, Angst! Thank you for the raid! Welcome everyone! How are you? Welcome. Everyone go check out Angst. I did it right. Yeah, I did it right. Alright. Go give her some love, give her the good stuff, guys. The follows. Go check her out. The stream is being resettled by foreign invaders. True, Levi, true. It is a great many of a gathering. That is very much so. They smell like the extract of freshly picked mangoes spread across the summer air, said Rat. That's new shampoo, Divine Rat, said Malachi. Still holding onto his stomach, Rat swatted at nothing, as if to dismiss. What's a little colonization between friends? True! It's called intermingling and spreading the love, right? The only way to grow your community is to incorporate other communities into it. And then it's just a struggle of whose community gets overwhelmed by the other community. But you're always still your own small community, so, you know, it doesn't really matter if your community gets completely consumed by a larger community, as long as you still have your inner community. Even if the external community you're in is only like a one-way interaction. Because it's just too big for anyone else to interact already, right? That's why I like small setups like this. It feels more personable, it feels more friendly, more cozy. I think cozy is a good word. I'm sure that would make sense if I were awake. It's a cozy place. But it's like when you have a small group of people entering a larger group, those small people tend to stay stuck together and not interact as much with the entire group, which causes the entire group to kind of not interact, you know, and it kind of causes a barrier between them. And you always want to have, like, you know, slow integration like that, because then it allows people to break off from the main group and then bring people with them, and then things kind of morph together until you hit cohesion. At least that's the, like, healthiest way to do it, right? Holding on to his stomach, Rat swatted at nothing as if to dismiss the retort. Well, they deserve better, and so does my family. The ones who sheltered you, fed you. Now you expect me to believe you weren't about to murder the rat savior? Malachi burped. Well, I was hoping he could be more than a rat savior. I'm glad to have had the displeasure of knowing you, Malachi. Sewage wine is said to give demons permanent indigestion, said Rat. He took his toothpick out of his mouth and aimed for the demon lord's heart. Meaty Chode! Damn! Welcome, welcome, bro. How is it going? True. You're 2 days early, though, bro. The bikini stream isn't for 2 more days. So you've got 2 days to like, ready yourself for the hard 7-hour goon. The Goon Fest.
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense.
Well, I was hoping he could be more than a rat savior. I'm glad to have had the displeasure of knowing you, Malachi. Okay, we already went through that. True, Meaty Chode. Before the toothpick appears through his chest, the clanging of metal cymbals. Why did I say meat? Oh my god, I'm retarded. Metal cymbals that I'm fucking hungry. I'm thinking of your meat, Chode. Better early than late. True, Meaty Chode, true. You put thoughts in my head, bro. Now I'm not going to be able to read M words properly anymore. Or C words properly anymore. I'm going to go cock! It's a cock! Yeah, we don't have to worry about ads, do we, Meaty Chode? Only those losers only on fucking Twitch have to worry about fucking ads. They're paying me their 0.7 cents. They're giving me their 0.7 cents. Fuck them, they can't hear us. I mean, I think Sean can, Levi can, and who else can? Imagine getting ads. I know, right? Imagine being on a platform that has ads. What fucking losers. They have to pay to get rid of ads. Ah, what a joke. Great minds think alike, Meaty Chode. Have a good one, 8 days. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. Okay, we are back. Meaty Chode, do you smoke? Do you smoke, brother? Are you of the Toastmaster kind? You got the bing bong diddle dang now? The peepin' pipin', peepin' pappin' piper pope? The pappers? The pippin' pop or the poper pap? The rat missed. Hold on just a second, said the monkey Zodiac, still chasing his symbols. Dear rat of conveniently timed events, said the monkey Zodiac. The furball of, the sphere of miraculous fortune appeared between them. He continued. I believe the rest of us Zodiacs would like, the symbols clashed louder, to weigh in on exactly who this boy should be. The rat jumped between the symbols and dampened the noise. Sign 2. The monkeys. Not sure how that's supposed to end there, Callie. I'm guessing
You
it's
didn't
not the end. Obviously it's not done.
LAGHXD.
I didn't laugh to what? What did I miss? What went over my head? Dear rat of conveniently timed events, said the monkey Zodiac. The sphere of plot armor. No, that was really good. That was a great fourth wall break, Callie. It sets up the tone for the narration, especially for like the stutter, the furball of, I mean, the sphere of miraculous fortune. Sphere of plot armor. It's a good place to go. I have 8 of the Zodiac's planned. Nice, Callie. Hell yeah. I love it. That's a great start, bro. Just right off the rip, just gets you right into it. I love just like the way that the language is done, the way that it's presented. It is very, very stylistic. Wait, we are on chapter 16? We got 3 chapters left, guys. Learning control. Ooh. I'm gonna be so sad when we get to the end of this. We're gonna have to read your other book, Callie. I have this dumb insecurity where I feel like I don't write a lot. Writing the amount doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're doing it, Callie. I think that's the best way to look at it. Alright, chapter 16. Learning control. I have to make coffee and train soon. Okay, we'll get through this, Callie. We'll speed through this chapter. It's not very long. No use for a chef here. This is a world meant for mourners, dreamers with a guilty conscience. Glitter no longer fell from the skies. There was only the buildings, the glass, and the bubbles on the ground. He had sealed his mouth so oxygen had nowhere to go. He didn't want to breathe, because to breathe was to whimper. It's how it was for Todd when no one could forgive him. He needed a good cry in his father's arms, but he was dead. Frog only had his own arms to carry himself in. This was why he had to destroy the pillars. Someone would come after him. Todd worked in several pillars when he was a chef. Traditions born from the flowers the soldiers ate seeped into the lives of our citizens. After eating the flowers of this pillar, that of forgiveness, they visited the gravestones of their hated. It only made sense for Todd to visit his father. It was now a trouble to navigate the area. With the construction of leveled skies, New York City turned unrecognizable. After its fall, more glitter covered the expanse than ever. His chance to test his abilities had approached him. 1, 2. The air remained still. Doubt filled him. 3? Dirt rose from below and swallowed him. Seconds later, he arrived at Binomka Labs. Glitter glass surrounded the frog. It confused him that he hadn't turned into a kaleidoscope. Saddened him that he hadn't summoned one. 1, said Todd. Dirt and gravel rose from the glitter, shifted under him towards the destroyed building where his father lay dead under the rubble. As he walked, Hyacinth grew below him, butterflies followed, so did a feathered someone. Whoever's following me, I can feel your footsteps. Light, but still there. 30 seconds followed. 1 second after that 30, Todd took another step, only to feel the hawk walk with him. Pointless to try and disguise himself, though. Todd experienced every bit of the dirt below him, including the bug whose legs threw sparks upon the glitter. The hawk played a game with him, won a mimicry and failed deceit. The only variant he couldn't feel was the leopard, 1,000-man hero trapped in a leather bag. Todd knew the others with his every step, their voices, the beats of their hearts, how they could breathe and cry and celebrate. What would it be to celebrate with them, to let their earth be his, breathe the same air? Could he endure this if he were among them? He had already been among his own. It'd be more of the same, only he'd be on the other end of the battle. The chance to make friends had gone, but they're dancing. I can feel fires crackling over the dirt, he thought. He dreamed of a life without battles, anarchy or servitude. One where freedom came without expense, where freedom was actually free. Todd placed his hands in the dirt. This was the snapshot he captured. Hawks. Humans in their spacesuits. Light-footed mosquitoes. Can't sleep because I keep thinking about the August 8th stream. True, Fireblade. I totally feel you, man. I absolutely fucking feel you. The hype is real. Butterflies, moths, manted flies, their wings beating, leopards, even frogs toe-tapping on pure dirt. Not just tapping, but jumping, enjoying their time alive. How many of them he would have saved if he let himself die? 1. If he died to himself, what would happen? 2. Had he turned into a combatant? It's clear Monica did. 3. What could he do other than end it all? Everyone deserves to dream. True, Fireblade. Love it. There was the chance Todd was wrong. That to destroy the pillars wouldn't make him the hero he needs to be. Maybe what he needs to be is more human. There are parts of us that fight this instinct. The belief we need a purpose beyond living comes from greed, a taste of progress, and we can't help but push ourselves over the edge. It takes a while before we realize we're falling, but then it's too late. Leopold knows now that if he does find himself in the middle of a fall, he should enjoy it. In a world without hope, in an apocalypse, why waste your life without dance? But Todd could enjoy the moments where the air was still. This is what made him different. The ability to step back and take pleasure in a simple breath. The smell of frogs' legs and petals. The earth rose onto him again, but stopped when he felt dizzy. Different from vertigo, his heart slowed to a dangerous rate of beating, less than 60 a minute. He groaned, grabbed his head. Instead of swallowing him, the earth followed him up, moving arms towards the sky. The earth created a solid column for him to lean upon. He counted again, and finally the earth took him. There was vertigo every second he spent in the dirt. To burrow was to swim. He moved through the earth with ease. He looked above him as he went and noticed everywhere he dug was a path of gravel. Glitter made way for him. The frog knew the earth before him as veins and himself as one measly blood cell, deprived of oxygen. So he took a deep breath. In the moment of that breath was another vein. Within the vein was the struggling of a bird that never agreed to this adventure. Todd had never said he could come. Tangier sensed the frog needing company, and Hawkins was the best he could do. A bird thought dead. Todd and Hawkins appeared back at the surface where the pillar of forgiveness stood. I have no control over this, said Todd. He went to reach a different pillar. Leopold had a higher rate of success when he controlled his powers because he meditated for so long. Akita didn't need control. Fire is inherently destructive. Dizzy, Hawkins kneeled on his left leg and held onto his head. Hey, Frog, you think you can give me a second to rest before you do that again? The hawk no longer had larvae all over him. Someone had saved Hawkins and possibly every other bird out there. I assume all the bird would have to do I assume all a bird would have to do to get rid of maggots is threaten to eat them, said Todd. Maggots are less appetizing than your frog's legs, if you can believe it. So who was it, Akita? She's a bit less trained with her corpse point. No, a nice fellow named Spike helped me out. Went around doing the same for other hawks. He dusted himself off and stood. You think you'd like to celebrate with the others? Word is, my mother is dead, he said with an arm held out. It took a while for him to realize what he said. Oh, no worries. I'll grieve in my own time, in my own way. Don't think this is a monumental thing for me. Hawkins accepted his mother would have to die at some point, that her death would spell a new age for the world. The full story eluded him. You wouldn't agree with what I'm doing, but I need you to know. It's hard doing this alone and even harder to lie. Todd was thought the cowardly frog, the man who couldn't do what was needed. Really, it was his suffering he made clear to the world, not his cowardice. He held the truth in him, and this was a bone in his throat. The frog hoped Hawkins wouldn't choke him. Oh, Jesus. I'm the one who caused all this. I'm going to end it. What? Asked Hawkins. I'm the reason the meteor came. I'll be the reason they leave us alone. We're all going to die early, and it'll be my doing. Hawkins bent a few bone feathers, sharpened them against his beak, and vanished. His position was obvious. The steps he took off the ground, less so. Todd followed him as he weaved towards him. Hawkins was a smart one, realized this immediately and took to the skies. He laughed. Stories about you variants surface everywhere. The delusional leopard to rue, the cowardly frog to ruin, and the dreaming butterfly to rule. Don't you think I would have known about you already? Who you are and what you intend to do? The reason I haven't killed you is that the story ends well for me. What do you think that means? I don't destroy the pillars? You don't. Pillars remain intact. I hope for everyone's happy ending, but the stories are long and there are variations told widely. But I know your story and the truth of it. The earth rose from underneath Todd as he rushed air from a feather warned him. As the air rushed from a feather warned him of the strike. I see Tangier is still on your side. Or was that the wind? Behind him, Hawkins locked Todd down with his feathered arms around his shoulders and placed a feather on his throat. The frog held his breath. Hawkins sighed. Calm down, this isn't how it ends. Todd, I know you hear that shouting. That is people forgiving you. He let his whisper go. Tears escaped his eyes and he took to his knees. How do you know what happens? Todd caught his breath and held onto the knot in his chest. I am a habitual consumer of milk thistle. One important thing the flowers let me know is that you're the type to get in the way of fate. I'm not going to stop you. Still on his knees, his eyes shifted between Hawkins and the ground. Before we go, tell me everything. Well, first off, Hawkins told Todd about how Monica died, and the many ways the stories told her death. That in no matter what way she died, he couldn't mourn her properly. Todd stared into the beak of the hawk. Time slowed down as he spoke. He thought about how anyone she loves won't live the dreams they could have if he was killed first. He didn't want to die, but a happy world was one with him in the ground. If he continued to dream the same dream as Monica, perhaps he could save his friends. One told the story about how Monica was crushed by a column. It was a slow death. She was asleep and a building pinned her down by the wings. The structure was crumbling down. It was after she had let New York City go. Some people responded with how she deserved it for being irresponsible. Another lie told how she was killed by a leopard, how the insects and leopards were always at each other's throats for being so powerful. It was Leopon. Leopon killed our queen. They couldn't imagine a cat loving a butterfly or a moth loving a dragon. Most don't imagine the bit of human in us that sees beyond appearances, beyond what makes us animals. The last lie was a kind of truth, one everyone believes. She was burnt. Some believed it was to death, others after she died. Todd stood straight and tall after these stories. What do you want to do? Everyone says they fight for freedom as they die. When they see something taken away from them. There's one thing Todd never had in his life that he would like a taste of. I would like to spend some time in control, said Todd. Hawkins laughed, slapped the air, stepping backwards with his right leg with a snap, and asked, Would you like to dance then? Not my style. One. He started. Wait! Hawkins lowered his hand and bowed. And how about a different sort of fall? A walk. A walk sounds nice. Todd's father told him when he was young that walking backwards would summon a demon. Instead, he summoned flowers. Curious thing was how their colors inverted. Blue petals turned orange, black became white. As he walked, the mirrors behind him sunk below the earth. Grain after grain, reflections of his own flesh in a sea of glitter fell into the ground. Todd wanted to unearth it all, but his footsteps would only replace glass with earth and have it flourish. He knew himself as a servant for most of his adult life. Might have been to a gardener now. Hawkins caught up to Todd, picked up inverted flowers along the way. You want to talk about control? Leopold had control, wrapped in that casing for 20 years, and he meditated. Tell me what control is, then, said Todd. Control? Well, Hawkins hurried behind him and walked back and forth with Todd, arms crossed. It's accepting that nothing will change at your request. You either change the world or you change, but you can only be there if you're alive. True. Served for most of his adult life. Gardener
Is
now.
Itox having a thinking moment XD?
Wait for it. Wait for it. I had an epiphany about it. Trapped in that casing for 20 years, and he meditated. Tell me what control is, then, said Todd. Control, well, Hawkins hurried behind him and walked back to back with Todd, arms crossed. It's accepting that nothing will change at your request. You change and the world follows. Todd scuffed at this, sighed that he would never get a straight answer as long as his questions weren't specific. How do I get to a better handle on this earthquake? I don't know. Keep walking. Leopold did 20 years of meditation before he learned control. Todd didn't have the time for that much walking. He would have to learn exactly what Leopold did back then. To let go. The path in front of them, one of dirt and bloom, led butterflies and wasps towards them by their smell. Any that pollinated the flowers fell to the ground. The flowers were poisonous even to insects. Todd, did you ever stop to consider what you might be growing here? Hawkins knelt down to the flowers, angel's trumpet flowers. Normally, they'd cause confusion, delirium, and hallucinations. I assumed these would cause the opposite. Maybe you'd be able to find your answers. If you could find all your answers in a flower, would you uproot it? Most would ask, what's one flower gone when there are millions out there? But this is a world where petals are currency and drugs, and most other flowers are dead. In the new New York City, flowers are a rarer treasure than normal, especially the inverted angel trumpet flower, now one that can only be grown by Todd's enormous frog feet. So he didn't eat it. Instead, one, he counted, and the earth transformed into a vase for the flowers, one of pure clay. Then Todd understood something. It's not just letting go. What was that? Asked Hawkins. It's not just letting go. It's not just taking control or acceptance. It's intent. Thank you for going on this walk with me. He grabbed the bird's feathery arms and shook them with his own. You're a great help, said Todd. What? But you learned that on your own. I didn't help. Acceptance is a part of it, so of course you helped. Todd sensed the earth with glitter, lit a flame above it. It was too soon to celebrate. Akita had arrived. Leopon still trapped in her bag. Scythes now red hot from her lack of control over her storm. Hawkins observed a lack of these three necessities for control: intent, acceptance, and letting go. Would wear away at you. Without someone to keep you alive, keep you in control, you'd die within hours. It's a shame you insects have such low lifespans, isn't it? Asked Hawkins. Low blow, Hawkins. Todd sweeped the ground underneath the bird, almost falling. He let out a grunt. Todd smiled that he could at least do that for Akita. Defend the memory of someone that everyone once counted on. That was what killed her. That people counted on her, whispered Todd. It'll kill you next, Toad, swore the bird. A great flame flew towards him from Akita, and Hawkins drove it forward with his wind, faster and angrier. 1, 2, 3. Todd walked into the earth. The frog. Well, he wanted to die, was afraid. Flowers were turned to soot by the flames. The sky borrowed the gray hue of what ash didn't settle on the ground. Death makes dreams less lonely, remember? Akita's flame died. Todd opened his eyes. Don't you quote my dead father, he said. He burrowed out from the ground. Being a battery ain't so bad, yelled Hawkins. He took bone feathers from his body and threw them. Intent. He closed his eyes. A pillar surfaced from the ground. The feathers pierced it. I need no one to count on me anymore, but I count on you, Tangier. Akita threw another stream of fire at Todd. It was then that New York City was buffeted by a glitter storm. Glass had once been sand, after all, and sand is every bit a part of the earth as rock. Water spouted from a crack in the cement from afar. Todd had summoned water from deep within the earth. A pipe was frozen still. His quake freed it. This is how he remembers Monica. Here he swore he'd be a storm untethered by vertigo. But Akita flew towards Todd, slashing at him with her scythe. A scythe that accidentally cut open her bag. Finally! Yelled out Leopon when he flew out. He grabbed the mantid fly's scythe in quick response. Guess I'll have to break up the fight. Damn, what a fucking entrance, Callie. Oh my god. But does Leopon know that Monica's dead? I can't remember, Callie. I was like, wait. Okay, he knows. Okay. Okay. Man, 3 more chapters. And we're done the book. That's scary, Callie. Time flies, man. Oh, I don't want it to be over. But Leopon has to win in the end, right, Callie? Right? He's like, he's always been the main protagonist. Like, he has to win in the end. Feel like I should learn from this book? 100%, Callie. I won't reveal what happens. Good, I don't want to know. Okay, so we're already down to... are we redoing this entire scene? I think we already did this. So we want... Linda's lab. Linda and Hector discuss how the match could be solo, and Hector mentions mirrors. Linda makes her phone, places it on the monitor. So here we are. How much I missed today? Beezus, not that much. We did reacts. We did a deep dive into the podcast. We read Callie's story. We read Callie's other story. Yeah. Now we are finally back onto writing. Find a reason for the protein match to be so low and in such a range. You know what's funny, Beezus, is you're showing up like a minute before ads. So you must be like a minute and a half early. You're getting better. Wait, do we have this? Wait, they walked into Linda's lab, riddled conversation and questions, only be a match to that degree. Linda asked Hector. I don't know why this is here. I feel like this story has kind of gotten out of hand with the first half here. It doesn't feel like any, like, I think I'm just gonna... We have scene 3 there, but for some reason we also have scene 3 here. But this feels like an introduction. Is this the old one? No, this is the new one. So I think this is the... Yeah, this is the old one. I think... Character... Okay. Just thinking how I'm gonna do this. I want to start from scratch with goal, like with a structure outline. We've run everything through, so using the same format for scene construction, can you recreate the outline for scene 1? See what it gives us. Because I need to get better at like being concise with like the goal, the conflict, and the disaster. Right? So we can get it more cohesive. Because I think that's like my grounding point. If I can get that and I can keep that grounded, I can be in as obscure as I want with everything else, and the reader can still have a direction. So let's see if this is possible. And we'll just do like a one-for-one comparison. And I think I'm just gonna rewrite everything from scratch. Just straight from scratch, entirely new idea. Just think of it as a brand new story, basically. What? I don't know why I put scene 6 there, but whatever. Man, it is really bad at this. Yeah, that didn't work. We're still gonna have the introduction, because I think the introduction goes super hard. See what it comes up with. I think it's broken though. Yeah, it seems like it's broken. Yeah, it just completely broke. So... Okay. Let's think about this. Let's take a step back. And... Okay, so let's just insert this in here and let's see how this works.
Gay 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 gay.
True, Smokey. So, this is introduction. True, Smokey. I'm having a really hard time because I seem to have just written this massive fucking section here, and I don't know why this is supposed to be here. I don't know what this is doing. And I don't know where it transitions. Something better to use than Notepad? Why, Smokey? Why are you against Notepad? Because it's super disorganized? Google Docs is better organization. I mean, but how... It's just not, it just doesn't, I don't know, I just don't like the way that it looks. It's too much filler. You know, Notepad's super simple. It's just everything's on the screen. Everything's the same. It's just there. That's racist. It's black. Okay, I like this one because it's black, whereas Google Docs isn't black. Okay? What can I say? Fuck it. Black dick for the win. I mean, huh? Can make Google Docs black. Finally, the truth. Oh my god. Truth will set you free too, Smokey. Okay. So I think it's because scene 2 is kind of all fucked up. You like how compact it is? You can change that too. It's just so much easier to use Notepad. I don't know, does it bother you guys that I use Notepad? So this point where she asks Hector about it, it's like it never happens here. So this entire thing just feels like a massive fucking just random introduction. Okay, so we want that there. Use Microsoft Paint so much easier, bro! I just don't know how you keep track of anything. I don't know what you mean by keep track of anything, though, Beezus. It's just all linear. Okay, so this is 2.4. This is the introduction. She's doing calculations, right? Okay. Yeah, then there's 2.5 here. Okay, that makes more sense. I don't know why this just wasn't in here. I probably just wrote it without it being there. And then the introduction all the way down to there. What is this? Break room. Okay, so this is actually here. Then what's here in the reaction should be here. Okay, and there we go. Now the introduction's not insanely long. Okay. That makes more sense. And then this is, yeah, you see it's like Austin thought over the predicament, looking at known contaminated sources, redoing the investigation, so she's thinking about it. And then the dilemma is to ask Hector and to find out about this. And then the final part is to ask Hector. Someone come to my stream once and call me disorganized, but I really don't need to be. Yeah, I probably don't need to be disorganized either, but I don't feel like I'm disorganized. It may feel disorganizing to you guys, but it's like within my framework of organization, it works perfectly. I was just confused how I wrote this. And why I skipped basically over everything. And I don't need to be organized. I need to be organized, but I'm organized in like my own way. Okay, then we should be able to easily move on to scene 3. Scene 3, we need the introduction. So this is the introduction. I just know where everything is about the sections and tabs that other writers' writing stuff has. Yeah, Callie. Like, I'd like to use a program to do, like, you know, the webbing stuff like that later on when I'm actually, like, planning the novel and we're, like, going in depth on it and we're, like, forming out all the characters, making all the character webs, seeing how the characters interact and change over time and stuff like that, just to have, like, a visualization of it as we're going through the story, right? But that'll probably be after the entire first rough draft is finished. And then we'll kind of make a construct based upon the rough draft to be like, okay, where do we want things to be? How do we want to mold everything around? And that's the form we'll use to edit the story. That's my idea of how I'm going to do it. Because that leaves the rough draft really, really open. So we don't feel like we're backing ourselves into a corner with anything. I want a reading challenge somewhere on Twitch, but no writers are doing it. What do you mean a reading challenge, Callie? Like read a book in a month? Oh. If I had time, Callie. I don't have time. I should read a lot more, but I just don't have time. Talks already has a reading challenge. That was fucking great, Levi. That was fucking great. Okay, why is this so fucked? Why is scene 3 here, but scene 3 is also down there? Find a reason for a protein match to be so low and in such a range.
Cute Muffin.
Oh shit, Cute Muffin! Thank you for the raid! How's it going? Welcome, welcome everyone! We're trying to figure out this mess of a bullshit that I fucking created.
I don't want to have to talk to your mom. Well, I will be there.
I really just want to start this shit from scratch, guys. I think I've had too many changes to the story over the period of time. So I think we just need to go back and just like fucking get rid of this shit.
Daddy's home.
How is the stream, Muffin? How are you doing today, good sir? I know you weren't streaming for as long, but how was it? Short stream. Couple of personal bests on a different map and through top 30s on another 3 times. Ooh, damn, Muffin, that sucks. That's brutal. Okay, so we have the straight up introduction. It's the only thing we're keeping. And we have 1-1, which is the goal. And we have the conflict. We have the disaster. And then we have scene 2. And we're going to keep the introduction. And that's it. Tim Turbo seems to rack up more views. Oh, TM Turbo, Trackmania Turbo. People like that one better, Muffin? Which one do you like playing better? Does it matter? There's an introduction for this one. Yes, there is.
Oh I have a fish, vampire and piano story, and now an anime style one.
Oh, hell yeah, Callie. You're getting all of the genres down pat, bro. Yeah, see, that seems so simple compared to what these are. I feel like these need to be changed. Okay, and then we change to
MFHAOHDB.
motherfucker have a I have something for OHDB.
Motherfucker has an ovary.
Not an acronym. I'm just getting your attention. Motherfucker has an orgasm hoping double. Double beating. Double beading, not beating. As in beads, not beats. Well, you have my attention, Muffin.
For some reason I am just leaning into cozy stuff now greater than underscore less than I want my grimdark stuff back. Read
True,
Levi's
Callie.
chat.
Tim Turbo is my porn star name. Hope those beads aren't too big, lol. I mean, it's not my choice, Sean. Okay, we definitely want this introduction as well. Because that's the sleep paralysis. You know what, from here on down, everything might be good. Yeah, okay, from here on down, everything is fine. So let's just take from 4.3 onwards. Let's just take everything down here. Let's just drop it in here, and that'll give us better fucking thing. Yeah, sure, save that, and then save this as version 5 of cryogen. I don't know why I said cryogen, but there. Scotty is like Rick. Anything up his ass would just slide out. He gonna get a 13-year-old. God damn it, Muffin! Okay, so let's look at the goal of scene 1. So let's look at the setting, first of all. DNA is sent to the CDC to be analyzed under controlled government assistance due to national security reasons. You know the world's roundest object, the silicon sphere? There's something rounder. You. Damn it, Muffin. You know what's going on, bro. Ads. Why don't I get these jokes? So, we're going to remember, start in the middle of the action. The first thing is to show that the blood sample is contaminated in some way, or there's something wrong with the blood sample. We back from ads, guys? Sorry, I spilled all my secrets during the ads. I don't know why you get these jokes, Callie, because they're gay jokes. I mean, you don't have to be gay to get them. You just have to understand we're talking about, you know. It's only funny because of that. It's funny because of how ridiculous it is. I must prove my gayness. 406, that's not too bad, Callie. That's not too bad. You know. No. I must do better. Oh man, that sucks, Callie. Fuck. What are you gonna do? Okay, so the goal is to show the blood sample is contaminated. No, we don't want to say contaminated, so we just want to say to find the results of a blood test. That's the goal. Conflict will get in the way of that. Conflict is it can't find any matches. So results are in limbo. Program says no matches. Okay, so it's gonna go something like Unproductive, defeated. Disorderly? Disconjoined? Program says no matches. Did we run out of music? We ran out of music. Okay, let's see. See what this one is. Let me know if it's too loud. Okay. Team Blood, was it not? Came up with a backstory ideas for the SSS dungeon story. Nice, Callie. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Is to take a step back from the situation and get a new perspective. Okay, here are my notes.
Ideas. Resurrection from the dust you used to be made of. Someone put the boy's ashes in the bag and he resurrected in this world. He used to be a famous actor but got mixed up in a fight between rival gangs. No, something better.
I like that idea, but yeah. Maybe have the reason why he died. Some sort of like... Have it be like an absolute tragedy. And it's like... Have, like, maybe the bag was like his grandmother's or something like that. And it was passed down to his mother. And then he like died tragically. And she put the ashes inside of it. Maybe just grandparents. Yeah, I don't know. But it should be something super tragic, and the putting his ashes in the bag should be like some sort of symbol of like remembrance or something, and it's like that's where the idea of the charisma comes from. is like the good wishes of the people that he left behind, like propping him up. What do you think about that, Callie? It's like people always being there being like, you can do it, you're the best, you got this, you go, you're number one. And it's like confidence is the fucking key. What kind of voice does Hector have? The Demon Lord turns out to be the reason. The reason his family keeps dying. Like he's the start of this whole feud, and he is trying to make up for it. Oh. Like he gets so much confidence from the ashes of his grandparents and just living with them all his life that it gives him instant charisma stats. Yeah, something like that, Callie. That sounds fucking awesome. Hybrid, welcome back. What did I miss? We're about to hit ads, but you missed me reformatting the story and getting rid of everything except for the introductions. And now we are just basically going back through and restructuring how the scenes go so it leads in a better flow of what we presume the story is now as opposed to what it was when we wrote the scenes. Because it was a little disjointed, the ideas had changed and shifted so much, I just feel that rewriting it was the best way to go. Because I couldn't decide what to keep or what to throw away, so I just threw it all away except the introductions. Because I think the introductions are pretty good. Because the first one's for the spy, the second one's for the coffee, and then the third one's for sleep paralysis. No, wait. The fourth one is. What's the third one? Third one's banter, then sleep paralysis. Yeah. Yeah. And we're talking about Callie's backstory for his dungeon, his charisma character. Oh, and since he was an actor, he gets a bonus on his charisma. Also a boost from all his fans. Exactly, Callie. See, now you're thinking. Then you just get multiplicative scaling, and that's the reason why his charisma is so unbelievably out of hand. It's fucking beautiful. just thinking somewhere I need to allude to the fact that this world is only right-handed people. So I have to put a lot of emphasis on people using their right hands. Or...
Ooh, and since he was an actor, he gets a bonus on his Charisma XD, also a boost from all his fans.
True, Callie, but I already read your message that said that. But I understand that you were using it in TTS and you forgot to do TTS for that one. So, it's completely understandable. It's okay. You don't have to worry. We accept you. I was in ads! Oh. My bad, Callie. True.
Yes, sir, in the wrong, I am an angel.
Yeah. True, Callie. I'm like, if I'm gonna add it in, I'm gonna add it in here. Something about... Okay. What do you guys think is better? Somehow alluding to the world only being right-handed, or the character just being surprised that Hector's using his left hand? What a character who makes it his side quest to become ambidextrous? Like, the ultimate side quest? I mean, maybe. It's an interesting idea, Callie, that's for sure. That's what brainstorming is for. Okay, anytime I mention a hand, I'm gonna mention a right hand. Does that make sense? You're only saying that because you think my idea is dumb. Wait, what idea? I don't even know what I said, Callie. I don't know what I said. Alright. Hey, dude. No, it's okay. You don't need your gentle... I don't need your gentle affirmations. Okay, Callie, but your idea is great. Ambidextrous side quest. I mean, that's amazing. Okay, stood at her desk, her slender arms outstretched. Right. Just gonna say her right hand placed on the desk. Delicate fingers folded over the edges. Strain, shoulders, grow, stress growing in her shoulders. Okay, so we need to say specifically like right hand like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 times. Like super emphasized right hand. I need your gentle affirmations. Help, hey, he's mine. Hey, talk. I will send you something in Discord. It's about my concept of how my Sapphire Universe stories work. Alright, Ninja. Do you want me to read anything? Small description because my origin lore is still a work in progress. Okay. Yep, no worries. Oh, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream, guys. I'm fucking tired as shit. It was a day at work today. But it's Friday. So we don't work for the next 4 days. So, you know, the next streams will be longer, and I will not be as worn out. But we did do some writing, which is good. We got some stuff down. I'll paste it in Brainstorm channel. Alright, sounds good. I think that's the fittest section to put it. True. Makes sense. We're discussing ideas. It's not finalized. It's where do we go from here? It's the I'm stumped, let's do it, or I want to show you, let's think together. Right? I need to emphasize the right hand more. There. I think that's enough. That's like four times we've mentioned specifically her right hand. So it should put into the reader's mind there's something very specific about, like, the right hand. Even though it's kind of only coming from one character, there's only two characters are showing the other character and then her reaction. So it's like you've got two things. You've got me continuously mentioning the right hand, and then you've got her reaction to him using his left hand. Like, whoa, that's not how this works, right? Without specifically going in and saying, hey, left-handedness has been eugenicsed out of this world through the government. I've sent it. Okay. Here we go. Alright. The rules of my Stories of the Sapphire Universe functions like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm sure you know it. Of course I know JoJo's. Each story will feature a main protagonist and a main villain. Once that chapter ends, the next story will completely move on to the next protagonist and the next main villain. Like the JoJo, the main villain won't always be more powerful than the previous main villain. It's possible for the current villain to be weaker than the previous main villain, and vice versa. This logic also applies to the protagonist. The reasoning behind this is that the Sapphire-verse will be refreshed and new, and this will prevent the story from going stale. For example, the first story is The Boy Who Cried Succubus, the protagonist being Ethan and the main villain being the cultist. Once the chapter ends, the next story will move on to Elaine, the witch, and the main village being the High Priestess. The High Priestess isn't necessarily more powerful than the cultist. Both are comparable in power, though. True. It's a combination of sets, right? Everything adds up to, let's say, 80, but the ways that they add up are different, so it allows you to work in different ways with the different characters, right? Using their strengths and weaknesses to make them feel more like real entities. Yeah. Fucking love it. Okay, and then one last time pulling, I guess I'm walking to her Labrador. Reaching into her right pocket. So it's like we've used right hand 4 times, right arm once, and right pocket once. I think that builds up enough that people understand I'm trying to say something with this. JoJo has such a good storytelling, and like that the main villains are just unique and different and not necessarily stronger. Yeah. Kira in part 4 would easily lose to Dio. Yeah. Is a good example. And that's where it's like the villains in my story get progressively stronger, but the villains aren't the only conflict. And most of the time the villains are a smaller piece of the conflict than like the inner struggle of the characters and them trying to find themselves in this world as it's falling apart. And I want to give that feeling of you being in the experience. But the characters also level up as you go. So it's like, and especially once they like get kicked out of the Toru from part 8 could beat Goku low diff. I mean, it's Goku. He literally has plot armor. He has so much plot armor that Goku is like one of the few examples of an anime where like the main character basically doesn't die. Like there's so many anime where it's like the first little bit of the anime is like building up this one character and their sidekick, and then the main character dies and the sidekick becomes the main character. Because it was like they were gonna kill off Goku with the heart disease and then have Gohan become like the awesome one, but no one wanted Goku to die. But I mean like permanently die. Like to a point where he's debilitated, to a point where he can't fight anymore. And then Gohan has to take over. That was like the original plan, but then fans didn't like the fact that Goku was gonna die. So then it kind of made Gohan, like, not useless, but it significantly diminished his character. And that's why for a lot of it he feels like a side character. Because, well, he dies and then comes back after a bit because death isn't that big a deal in Dragon Ball Z. True. Bomb Dropper just dropped a new poem titled Scotty. In the morning light, we two have a brief fight. We need a lot of food, but it depends all in your mood. If you want to read, we can read a book. If you want to see my dick, have a look. When I'm in your stream, you get naughty. Well, well, you are my friend, Scotty. Oh, man. Okay, so then he's gonna have to reach with his left hand. And that's where she's gonna be like, wait, what? It's Reddit, it can't be a Rickroll, right? What is this? Is this supposed to be a One Piece reference? Levi? My man's always on edge for Rickrolls. Since you guys do them so much, I have to be. I'm not sure what this is, but... Thanks, Levi. Is that supposed to be me? I don't know, bro. Are you live right now? Yes. Of course I'm live, Bomb Dropper. It's that poem being written. This is a Rickroll, don't click on it. Oh god. Damn it! Guys, 1.6 billion views. That's actually really fucked up. I'm back. Wish I wasn't. True, Muffin, true. You gotta do what you gotta do. Half of them are you. No times I get fucking rickrolled. You guys, you're crazy. Daydreaming microwave beeped once. Hector reached for the button with his left hand. Pressed it concisely. This is where I can show that it's super, because you'd think it'd be like awkward if it was his left hand. So maybe there's another thing we need to do, and we need to add an awkwardness of left-handedness. So not only do we strengthen right-handed, we make left-handed awkward, and then we make his left hand precise, and we make her question it. And then that puts an idea in the reader's mind, oh hey, there's subtext going on here. There's something in the background that they're not saying that's important about the fact that he's using his left hand with precision. 7:53 here, and I kind of want to get up earlier. I mean, fair enough, Muffin. Bomb Dropper says my kick isn't working, but I'm gonna try to come. So I'm gonna send him to Rumble. B-Cup. I wonder if he actually goes there. Who knows? Okay. And this is because Hector's thing is that he blinks a lot when he's like, I can't remember what it was in his profile, but he basically like blinks like this, and she was kind of doing that, like, what the are my eyes deceiving me? So he's now making fun of her, which or like, you know, he's like, hey, don't make you fucking making fun of me, bitch. You know what? Like, I'm trying to work here, and you got this thing beeping all over the place. Like, got here. No. Exaggerated. Mockingly exaggeratedly blinking. No. He's gonna go make coffee. This scene needs to show some things about, like, their interaction. And, like, their banter back and forth. And them, like... Because this can be like a, you know, the character bonding, building moment where it's like, we're building tension between the characters because of this act. And it's causing Linda to act weird to Hector. And Hector's just really confused what the hell's going on. But Linda has more insight about it, and she has to lure him back to his lab. So it's not even that she's kind of making the decision to tell him about the match. It's more to get him intrigued, to get him into her lab so she can seal the lab. And then she has to talk to her superiors about the hell she's supposed to do with this. But then she's like, oh, I just have a pure specimen I can work on. So she just starts working on Hector and getting like the blood samples and stuff like that, and analyzing them and comparing them to the main machine. Or the main blood sample on the microscope already. But I think I'm pretty brained out at the moment, so we're gonna have an ad break in a second here. I'm gonna read another chapter of the Frost and the Flame, and I think we're gonna call it a night, guys. It's been a fucking great day today, though. We definitely got through this. What is the Frost and the Flame? That's the story that I've been reading, Bees. It's about it's the Korean-based like the world is covered in frost. This guy is the king is the calamity that's causing the world to be in winter, and it's been like 19 years of winter, and all of the kingdom is basically against him, and he's now clinging on for basically dear life because something's starting to debilitate him through his eye. Like in the last scene, he kind of went like kind of fucking crazy and freaked out because it felt like basically, I guess, his eye was being like ripped out of his head. And it's like the power of winter is like slowly overtaking him, and he's getting like more and more white hair, and he's only 19. And yeah, no, it's a lot of political and like conspiracy stuff. Them, like all the ministers and everything, trying to kill him, putting people in place in order to spy on him, figure things out about his past, see if killing him will like stop spring or stop winter and bring spring. So far, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's just a random story on Royal Road. But I think we're moving in the right direction with this now. With the story. And all we need to simply do here is remember that we're skipping things. And this is going to be important for Linda. Ads! Okay, this isn't a full chapter, so we're gonna do 2. Because this is like an in-between. So we'll do that. Oh, we just gotta get over this ad, guys. Get over, ow. Oh. It's like that fucking hurt. Oh. Alright, here we go. The night was so dark it seemed no moon nor stars hung above Bokjo-san. Only the wind whispered beneath the palace eaves, frozen stiff, as though winter itself wept through the beams. In the Crown Prince's quarters, young Yi Huan twisted beneath his silk blankets. He was only 7 years old, and though he slept, his body trembled in violent spasms. Cold sweat clung to his skin. He gasped, as if fleeing something in his dreams. Only a small pale face, the patch covering his white eye, had begun to slip loose, shaking with each movement. "Lady Yoon, I heard him scream," cried the young maid, running behind her through the icy corridor. "Quiet," Lady Yoon replied, even paler than usual. "Do not wake him too suddenly." They entered the chamber without ceremony. Only the crunch of their footsteps disturbed the silence. Yi Huan sobbed in his sleep. The air inside the room was unusually frigid, as though the temperature had plummeted without reason. Porcelain vases quivered, thin layers of frost forming across their surfaces. "Seja Huan! Seja Jeha! Seja Jeha! Seja Jeha!" Lady Yoon whispered, kneeling beside the bed. "It's me, Yoon. You're safe." The young maid approached with a fresh blanket, visibly shaken with worry. But then it happened. In a sudden spasm, Yi Huan turned over, and the patch came loose, like a withered flower, and the eye was revealed, pure white, absolute, a depth like the coldest void. A single instant was enough. The young maid looked upon it, not knowing she had just defied the abyss. Her eyes widened, a gasp escaped her lips. Cold, hollow, as though her very soul was leaving her body. Her skin turned ashen, her veins blue, frost bloomed along her lashes, her lips, her cheeks, and then she fell. The sound of her body hitting the floor was dry, fragile, as though she had already become glass. Lady Yoon covered her mouth and screamed. Yi Huan jolted awake, gasping, searching for air. The door burst open and Grand Counselor Yoon entered. He saw everything in a single glance, the frost in the air, the frozen corpse, the exposed eye. "Do not touch her!" He barked at the guard behind him. "Close the door. No one enters. No one saw this." He knelt beside Lady Yoon, who trembled. Yi Huan, by contrast, said nothing. Only tears and a whisper with no voice. "She wasn't supposed to see it." Yoon inhaled deeply. His face showed no horror, no sorrow, only the acceptance of a destiny long sealed. "We must protect the prince. From now on, he will never sleep unwatched. No other servant shall enter the Crown Prince's quarters unless approved by me." The royal counselor stood. He gave swift, silent orders. The body would be removed, the truth buried. They would cast her into the pond, where no one would ever find the body of ice, for it would never melt. Lady Yoon remained at Yi Huan's side, wrapping him in her arms, gently covering the eye as a mother might. A mother she had never been allowed to be. "You're safe," she whispered, though her voice trembled. "It wasn't your fault. Everything will be all right." But the boy shivered, because deep inside he already knew winter did not live only outside. It lived within him, and it was hungry. Bokjo-san, Year of the Tiger, 19th winter. It wasn't desire, not yet. It was recognition, as if, amidst the poison seeping through the palace corridors, we had found the same antidote. Thoughts of King Yi Huan. "Secretary Seo, get up, it's late." Firm hand shook Jisoo awake. With a horrible start, he bolted upright, disoriented. His hair hung over his face, his eyes still wet from the dream he'd been pulling from. Beneath his cheek, the dried brushes and ink-stained pages greeted him with silent reproach. "What time is it?" he mumbled, searching for a sky he could not see. "Just before the hour of the monkey," replied one of the clerks. "Weren't you meant to deliver these at dawn?" Jisoo jumped to his feet, legs numb. He threw on his overcoat and gathered the scrolls he had spent the night transcribing, hands trembling. His calligraphy, though, was flawless despite the exhaustion, but his eyes burned. I must bring them to the king. Stop right there, said a senior scribe, his expression stern. You can't go now, not after what happened this morning. What happened? Official leaned closer, lowering his eyes. Southern envoys were granted audience with His Majesty. They speak of ice, of a spreading glaciation, and the king was taken to his chambers. He's unwell. They say that... No, Jisoo interrupted, his voice sharp. It's not my place to listen to rumors. My duty is to deliver what he asked for. Silence thickened the room. All eyes followed him as he left the Office of Internal Affairs and hurried steps, the scrolls wrapped in a white cloth. Outside, the air bit at his skin, though the sun was already rising over Bokjoseon. He walked through the palace's stone corridors, the lacquered doors still dusted with frost. At this hour, the palace whispered more than it spoke. When he reached the entrance to the king's quarters, it wasn't the guards who stopped him. Young secretary, said a firm female voice, with Lady Eon. She stood at the end of the hallway, clad in dark blue, sleeves rolled up, her expression grave. The silence between them was broken only by the crunch of snow beneath Jisoo's feet as he approached. She not to come, she said, not harshly, but without concession. Jian-ha is resting. He is in no state to discuss official matters. I couldn't just wait, Jisoo replied, raising the scrolls. His Majesty asked for these himself. They're finished. I fell asleep. I don't know how, but I promised to deliver them by dawn. Lady Eun studied him in silence. Her eyes were the same frozen sorrow he had seen in the king's, and yet in her eyes was the same frozen sorrow he had seen in the king's, and yet something more, a flicker of sincerity. He does not wish to see anyone today. And as you said yourself, young secretary, he asked for them at dawn. She paused. Her back was straight, hands folded at her chest. There's no point now. Come back early tomorrow. Jisoo sighed. She turned away without another word. Even so, I'd like to leave them, so he can read them when he wakes. Why should I allow you into His Majesty's chambers? Lady Eun asked, not raising her voice, but letting the weight of her words fall like stone. Jisoo swallowed. His breath still trembled. The cold gnawed at his bones, but he ignored it. Because I know him, he said at last. She said nothing, simply watched him, waiting for a lie. I saw him, Jisoo continued, not as he is now, but before, when he was afraid, but kept trying to be a prince, when his mother treated him harshly and still he didn't break. I saw him cry over a dead bird in the garden of the West Pavilion. I saw him defend a temple boy when no one else dared. My loyalty is to him. Lady Eun closed her eyes for a moment. Her expression shifted barely. Those days are long gone, she murmured. Perhaps, Jisoo replied. But believe me when I say I don't intend to harm the king. I only want to show him I'm committed, that I can be the royal secretary he needs. Silence followed that seemed to stretch winter itself. Lady Eun examined him carefully, as if measuring not only his words, but his entire soul. The wind whispered through the jade eaves. Doors remained closed. Inside, the king had not spoken a single word since collapse. Who are you really, young secretary? He asked quietly. Just a servant of the court of ice. The phrase tasted strange. Even now, he wasn't sure who he was. A spy, a royal secretary, an old friend, perhaps. Lady Eun looked him up and down. You are stubborn, she said, her expression softened ever so slightly, and finally her hands parted. Just this once, young secretary, you will leave the scrolls and then depart. Jisoo bowed deeply. Follow me, and speak not a word, she said, turning toward the door. Jisoo nodded, heart pounding. The door creaked open. The frozen air of the king's quarters brushed his cheeks and lips. It felt like a caress, or perhaps a warning, but he did not hesitate. He was not afraid. The inner chamber door remained shut. Inside, all was still. That strange calm that comes after the storm, rare, majestic. Just before entering, Lady Eun stopped him gently, her hand on his arm. Do not try to approach His Majesty more than I allow. I won't. I'll be just behind you. With that, she opened the door and let him in. He stepped quietly. The moment his foot touched the antechamber floor, the air grew colder still. His skin chilled beneath his robes, his muscles tensed. Lady Yoon approached the next door, glancing back at Jisoo, hesitating, then opened it slightly, just enough to see inside. And there she remained. He would go no further. On the other side lay Yi Huan. He slept, draped in pale silk. His face looked peaceful, unmoving, pale, beautiful in its sorrow. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest showed he still breathed. In the far corner, standing like a shadowed statue, the king's swordmaster watched. Her sharp, tempered eyes met the young secretary's through the narrow opening. She said nothing, made no move, but her presence alone warned that nothing would go unnoticed. Jisoo stepped forward gently, as though his very soul bowed not to break anything. He stopped just where Lady Yoon allowed him and gazed at the sleeping king for a long moment. There was something in that face, even in the faint frown of sleep, that felt familiar, painfully familiar. He bowed low, unwrapped the scrolls, and placed them on the polished floor. He was about to turn and leave when a memory overtook him. Just a moment, a single one, like a snowflake falling, then vanishing. The image of a skinny boy kneeling in the frozen garden holding a withered flower in his hands. It died, Yi Huan had said back then in a voice barely audible. Jisoo, taller than him even then, had approached slowly, but before he could speak, the flower in the prince's hand froze. No snow, no frost, just ice, clear, cold, sudden, and then it shattered. The memory faded, a tremor returning to Jisoo's fingers. He didn't know why it had come now, but somehow it felt like Yi Huan was that flower. He turned without a word and walked out. The doors opened just as Eunuch Jang returned, his face still stern from his encounter with the queen consort. He stopped at the sight of Jisoo. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. "I came only to deliver the documents His Majesty requested," Jisoo replied, avoiding his eyes. The eunuch stared at him, half doubtful, half curious. Before he could speak again, Jisoo bowed, turned, and walked past him. As he stepped outside, a snowflake landed on the stone stair, but it did not melt. It turned to crystal. Jisoo didn't notice. Instead, wrapped in the strangeness of the palace, he wondered, what am I really doing here? Damn. Damn. Did you guys know that this is a romance novel? By the way, it's a gay romance between Yi Huan and Jisoo. And they are, I don't know, he's building, like, knowing that, he's building the the author is building the atmosphere, like, so fucking well for this. True. Alright, guys. Oh, we had a good day today. Oh, I'm tired as fuck, though. Oh, so... remember, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. You are what keeps the stream going. You are the reason that I'm here, right? You guys never stop being you. Keep writing to your heart's content. Keep imagining, creating, and doing what you fucking do best. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys, who we rating today? Get your views ready. We know exactly where we're going.